I remember the excitement, hurrying forward, little steps at a time, not knowing when my playground friend would turn around. The light was green, but at any moment he could turn on me and throw me out of the game. This time, I pushed it just a bit too far. When he finally turned around, yelling, "Red light!" I was still moving from the momentum. I was done. Tagged. I'm out. But that one particular game, my mum was watching, and she was furious. "Richard!" she yelled. "Richard, what are you doing?" "Playing," I responded. My mother lumbered forward and grabbed my arm, almost lifting me off the ground. "What are you doing?" she repeated. "I'm. We're just. You're out, Richard. He got you." The way she said it opened a pit in my stomach. Unblinking, she was at the breaking point. "Please, Richard, please. You must take this seriously. Can you do that? For me?" "Okay," I nodded. She held me close, ruffled my hair, and kissed my forehead. As she stepped back, her smile faded. "Again," she said, taking a deep breath. "Try to do better." For years on end, that was my spare time. While other kids played basketball or soccer, I played red light, green light. Sometimes it would start out of nowhere. Mum would turn to me suddenly, making a scary face and yell, "Red light!" If I reacted, she'd send me to my room or take away my toys. It was as if the game never really ended. In the checkout line at the supermarket, at the movies, during dinner, all the time. It was so common that it didn't even sound like words anymore. Green light and red light were just these barking noises that made me stand at attention. That's why I write it as red light without the spaces. It just doesn't sound like words to me. Dad participated sometimes, but he was never as enthusiastic. If anything, it annoyed him. He thought it was stressful, and it always put him in this strange mood. I remember once when we were driving through Missouri, when Mom started going, "Red light!" I just sat up straight, staring ahead like a statue. I'd learned not to blink, not to breathe, not an inch. If there was ever a championship in this game, I'd be a world-class contender. But Dad just pulled over and stopped the car. He covered his face with his hands and just cried. I'd never seen anything like it before. "Please, can we just one day? Please, honey, I beg you," he said. "We have to be prepared," she said. "You know that. You think it matters? If it ever comes to that? We have to try. He has to try. Just not now, honey, please." Mum leaned back in her seat with a sigh. She looked at me through the rearview mirror and noticed I was still holding my breath. "Green light," she smiled. "You're gonna do great, Richard." I hope this doesn't make it seem like they were bad parents. They really weren't. They were kind, caring, and worked themselves to the bone so I could have the comforts I wished for. I was their only kid, and they did their best. The one weird thing was their obsession with that one game, and I just couldn't understand it. Not a single day would go by without my mom trying to get me with a sudden red light. But as time passed, we played it less and less. As I grew into a teenager, I often refused to play along. I'd be out of the house for long periods of the time, sometimes spending an entire day or two with my friends. Still, as soon as I was in the same room as my mom, I knew she'd go red light at any moment. It wasn't even a source of tension, it was just something. And sure, I could resist and be mean, but that would just cause trouble. In the end, it was easier to just play along for a few seconds. The light would always turn green again, after all. It was just strange, and I mocked them both behind their backs. Still, it turned into a pretty neat party trick. When my buddies learned that they could make me freeze up by shouting "red light," it became sort of a thing. It even became my internet nickname, Red Light. So it wasn't all bad. The year I went to college, my parents died in a car accident. A 5-car pileup. My parents ended up in the middle, and there was no way for EMTs to get them in time. I don't want to go into detail. but there was a fire. It wasn't peaceful. I dropped out of college the first semester. The inheritance, along with their life insurance, was substantial. Everyone was telling me to sell the house and start over somewhere new, but I just couldn't process it. If it hadn't been for my aunt, I don't know what I would have done. She arranged the funeral, she helped me move, and she called me every day to check in on me. She's a saint. That's how I ended up in this small Minnesota town in the middle of nowhere. I got a cheap house and a job at the local warehouse, courtesy of my aunt's husband. I didn't mind living in a small community. That suited me just fine. I lived there for a few years. Once things calmed down and I got into a comfortable routine, I thought about going back to my studies. I didn't mind my job at the warehouse, but I always wanted to work with electronics. I thought about taking a class at the local community college, but I was terribly shy. Still, my aunt pushed me to try it at least once, so I did. I went to an evening class in basic electronics. There were 8 other students, and we got to try out shortening a cable. We opened it, cut the copper, put it back together, and the teacher made sure it all worked. It was basic stuff, and we got a thorough explanation as we went along, but it felt great making something with my hands. At the end of the class, I stayed a while to talk with my classmates. Jonah, an unemployed man my own age. Paula, a young woman that wanted to apply for an apprenticeship with a local electrician. 2 men, Will and Gary, who worked at the local community theatre. I ended up in the middle of a lengthy conversation. Just small-scale stuff, smiled Will. Adding little lights to backdrops, that kind of thing. I just need an excuse to get out of the apartment every now and then, laughed Jonah. Feels good to keep busy, you know. What about you, Richard? Asked Paula. What do you happen to get out of this? Well, I hesitated. My eyes shifted from one person to the next, and there was something off about them. It took me a few heartbeats to realize they weren't moving. They were completely, absolutely still. Not a breath, not a single blinking eye. They looked like statues. My instincts kicked in. Red light. Richard, are you okay? I felt Paula's hand on my shoulder. I realized I'd been holding my breath. I had no idea how long I'd zone out, so I just shook my head and smiled. Sorry, I chuckled. It's been a long day. Anyone up for a coffee? They were. They all were. Later that night, as I got back home, my pulse was hammering. I didn't even know why, but that moment at the community college just sent a shock through me that just wouldn't die down. I hadn't thought about that game for a long time, and I hadn't played it for years. Still, it was such a primitive, instinctive reaction. As I lay down to sleep, I could audibly count my heartbeats. I could see them in my fingers as they curled slightly with every thump. I slept on top of the covers that night. It was the only way to keep cool. The next time I went to class, I was on edge. I couldn't help but feel that I'd get that strange sensation again, that feeling of the world stopping around me. This time, we were dismantling an old TV. It was a group effort, and we all got an individual assignment. We were to individually identify certain parts. Then, as a group, using the manual, we were to roughly describe the way electricity moved through the device. Gary was in the middle of presenting our work to the teacher when I got this sudden sour feeling in my throat, like the aftertaste of a bad drink. As Gary was explaining the HV connector, he suddenly froze. Red light. My classmates were quiet and frozen like statues, and I could see the classroom clock hold still. But just outside, in the hall, there were clear footsteps. They were uneven. One foot stepping, another foot dragging. I could hear the footsteps clear as day, but there was something else. There was a small, frosted glass window in the classroom door. I could see something moving in the corner of my eye. I tried not to move, not even to look, but curiosity was getting the better of me. Still, staring straight ahead, I was aware of the movement at the edge of my vision. There was a distinct crackling noise, like someone clutching a paper bag. The door opened slightly. Please, someone. There has to be someone. The voice was muffled. It was strange and hollow, with drawn-out vocals. You have to wake me. Wake me, please. The door opened wide, just outside my field of vision, but I held my ground. I didn't move. Red light. Suddenly, Gary was talking. It won't work until you reconnect it, he said, pointing at the flyback transformer. And it wasn't connected when we opened it, so someone's been tampering with it. Well, looks like we have a proper repairman, our teacher laughed. Well done, everyone. Messing with the heatsink too, nodded Will. Do we get extra credit for that? I just straightened my back and stared at the door. It was slightly ajar. Has it always been like that? I was beginning to feel like I was having some sort of episode. It was such an absurd sensation. I got this sour feeling in my stomach, and it just didn't go away. My pulse kept pounding for hours afterwards. Again, I could barely get any sleep. If anything, I was starting to affect my day job. I was drowsy and inattentive, and I'd continuously skip lunch for a nap. Once, as I was getting back to work after a lunch break, I got that awful feeling again. The lunchroom clock had stopped, and I immediately dropped everything I was doing. It took me a few seconds to remember that the lunchroom clock hadn't worked for weeks, and that everyone was just too lazy to change the batteries. I was both relieved and deeply troubled. I was considering skipping the classes altogether. I didn't want to feel that way again, and it didn't seem to happen anywhere else. But I couldn't let this stop me. Not only did I need to know more, but I also refused to let this madness get the best of me. The third time I went to class, I was a few minutes early. I found myself chatting with Jonah, Paula, Will, and Gary again. Paula was unusually quiet, and I noticed dark rings under her eyes. She seemed exhausted, almost nodding off as we sat down to talk. I could hear the classroom clock tick away. It was a calming noise. You okay, Paula? I asked. Late night? No, I'm fine, it's just... She sighed, and as she was about to answer, I heard the clock stop. Red light. This time, the footsteps were coming straight for us. One foot stomping, one foot dragging. As the classroom door slammed open, my eyes were kept perfectly still. I stared into Paula's eyes, trying not to think about blinking. Something was inside the room, agitated. Please, they have to be here. They have to wake me, I heard. The voice was clearer, pleading. Then, Paula blinked. Everyone else was just frozen, but Paula blinked. She was doing the same thing as I was. She was going red light. There, I heard. There, she's there. Wake me, wake me. Paula was panicking. She slightly turned her head to the right, like a gazelle ready to burst into a sprint. I heard a paper bag hit the floor as something big lumbered into view. Over the course of a heartbeat, something picked up Paula by the neck and carried her off, in one quick swoop. I could hear her struggling to breathe, hands hitting something dry with next to no force. Yes, take her, the voice continued from the paper bag. Let me wake up, please. I just kept looking ahead, my eyes tearing up. Paula was screaming, and her scream was changing. It was as if something was pulling on her neck. As I heard her panicked scream shift up and down in pitch, I've never heard a scream like that. It wasn't human. It was a wounded animal, desperate to live. I heard breaking bones and snapping sinew. Paula was silent. There was a thump as something was dropped into a paper bag. Spatter of liquid hitting the floor. Yes, finally. And then the clock ticked. There was no Paula at the table, no blood on the floor, no paper bags. I asked about her, but no one seemed to know what I was talking about. Paula? What Paula? Enough was enough. I almost stumbled over a chair as I sprinted out. I couldn't take it. I ran along the hallway, out the back door, through the patch of blue sunflowers raised by the garden club. I knocked over a few bicycles as I jumped a fence to reach my car. I fumbled with my keys, got into the driver's seat, and was out on the road before I even put on my seatbelt. I'd had enough. I wasn't taking any chances. I was leaving the whole goddamn town behind. I took the main street, then a shortcut down by Frog Lake, went through the tunnel out by the lumber mills, and slid out onto the freeway without slowing down. I'd broken a dozen traffic rules already, and I didn't care. The radio was playing the latest pop star sensation, telling me to be myself. But at that moment, I'd have asked whatever God may be to make me someone else. This had to be it. This had to be why Mom taught me to go red light. Something in me, in us, allowed us to see and be seen by something we shouldn't. Something made us aware. We were being taught how to hide. Suddenly, the radio stopped. There on the freeway, I went still. Red light. The car was standing still. The engine was silent. I could see rays of light shining down from the streetlights. My instincts kicked in, and I just stared ahead. There was something in the passenger seat, something with a paper bag resting in its lap. I could hear Paula's voice, muffled. I think this is him, she wheezed. I think he sees. He can wake me from this nightmare. It isn't real. It didn't happen. I'm okay. A finger snapped next to my ear. Mom had done it 1,000,000 times, so I didn't flinch. Instead, I just sat there, sticking to what I'd learned. My lungs ached. Please, just take him. Just in case. Then I'll wake up. This'll be over. There was a rustling noise. A head shaking from side to side. A stiff neck creaking. Please, someone must wake me. Someone must, surely. My passenger leaned in, next to my ear, keeping the paper bag in their lap. They spoke. A strange, dark voice, spoken from dry lips. Hello. My chest ached. My eyes watered, but I stayed still. And I kept imagining that red light in my mind. In those painful heartbeats, I could imagine my mother turning back around with a smile as the light turned green. It would happen. If I just kept still, it would happen. I'd be fine. Suddenly, the radio came back on. The engine was roaring, and I was going 75 miles an hour. I was losing control, sliding back and forth. I took my foot off the gas, kept heading straight, and gradually slowed down. After a few seconds, I was standing still by the side of the road, dry heaving. That could have gone bad. Real bad. 5-car pile-up bad. Needless to say, I've since moved out of town. I think whatever is hunting there is looking for people like me. Those who are aware. Those who can see. I think I get it. I'm still trying to put all the pieces together, but I'm starting to get a picture. I don't get what happened to Paula. It's like she never existed. No online presence, no car, no apartment, nothing. She's just gone. How the hell does the world just forget about someone? Look, all I'm saying is, if you've been taught this game with the same intensity as I have, maybe it's for a reason. Just be ready, in case you're aware. So last summer, I was going north for my brother's wedding. It was at the start of my vacation, so I decided to make a few stops on my way up north. I'd make a stop for camping, another for a day of fishing, and so on. My brother, who was stopping in Minneapolis, was pushing hard for us to have a day to go shopping together, and I was just not feeling it. He was all head in the clouds and love, and talking about his blissful future, and it just soured my mood. How could my younger brother surpass me in so many different ways? Never mind. I was passing through a small Minnesota town when I decided to make my first stop. Fishing. That'd get me far from the blinding smile of my brother. It'd be just me, a six-pack, and all the time in the world. Deal. There was a lake that ran through the west side of town and curled into the woods. There was a dirt road coming around the back of the lake, opposite of the town. It'd probably take an hour or two just to trek back to town through the undergrowth. It was a pretty big lake. The locals seemed friendly enough at the gas station, and you didn't need a license to fish, so I figured, hell, why not? So I drove the long way round, parked my car, got my gear, and dug along the tree line for bait. Didn't take long to fill up a jar. I followed the path down to the lake, bait in hand. It was almost lunchtime, and I'd gotten a few sandwiches and a six-pack from a nearby gas station. I had this really comfy camping chair, an audiobook, and nowhere to be for the next 18 hours. Hell, if I skipped my Minneapolis shopping spree with Smiley McGee, I could stay an extra day or here. Also, this gave me an excellent excuse to just skip going there at all. Needless to say, I was psyched. As I walked up to the lake, I noticed a wooden sign, handmade and painted with a clear text, Melon Head. I stopped just to reread it a couple of times. Melon Head? What the hell was a melon head? I took a picture of it and kept walking. As I got closer to the lake, I started hearing frogs. Like a lot of frogs. There was this strong, intense smell of vegetation in the air. But as every good outdoorsman knows, frogs are basically a sign of a healthy ecosystem. Sure, in some environments they can be intrusive, but that wasn't the case up north. I put my camping chair on the beach. I took off my shoes and prepped 2 fishing rods. I put them into empty bottles that I dug into the sand, so I could set them aside. I leaned back in my chair, cracked a cold one, and put a baseball cap over my face. As Will Patton started reading the Bill Hodges trilogy, I completely zoned out. This is what I've been working for all year. This was a proper vacation. I must have fallen asleep, probably for an hour or so. When I woke up, I'd completely lost track of my audiobook. My beer was warm by now, and my fishing bobbers had drifted all the way back to the beach. I got up, reeled in the lines, and reached for my bait, only to notice it was tipped over in the sand. Empty. Strange. I left my gear on the beach, got my shovel, and returned to the tree line. It took me longer to find bait this time, and I had to go a bit deeper. The frogs were a bit more quiet now, and there were a few clouds gathering on the horizon. I decided I wouldn't stay the night unless the rain passed me by. I didn't want to get stuck in a muddy tent overnight. I could sleep in the car, I suppose. As I got back to my camping chair, I got a bad feeling. Something seemed out of place. I wasn't sure exactly what, but it looked different. Something had been moved. Will Patton kept talking in my ear, but I was no longer hearing the story. By now, it was just noise, like a friend who didn't know when to stop talking. As my phone chimed with a notification from my brother, I turned it off and took off my headphones. It took me a few seconds to realise that all the frogs had gone silent. I just stood there with my bait jar, hearing an eerie wind pass through the birch trees. I decided I'd give it another go. If it started to rain, I'd just sleep in my car. So I got back, threaded my bait, and threw my bobbers out one more time. I set my rods back up, put my headphones back on, and put away my lukewarm beer. As I brought up my phone and started rewinding the audiobook, I noticed a ripple on the lake. Not a big one, but a noticeable one. Probably fish breaching the surface. Maybe this wasn't a lost cause after all. Just a few minutes later, the first bobber dipped under the surface. It immediately came back up, but now I knew that fish were biting. Moments later, the second bobber dipped. I held my breath, waiting to see the bobbers dip for real. There were fish there. It was only a matter of time. But minutes passed, and I got a strange feeling. I reeled in one of the bobbers, and noticed the bait was completely gone. I reeled in the second one, and it was the same. Bait was gone. Very determined and skilled fish in this lake, definitely. I decided to try something different. I brought up my box of spinners and found a black and blue lure that usually worked on bass. My best rod had a spinning wheel, so that had worked just fine. I set it up, stepped up to the edge of the beach, and threw it out. Solid, beautiful arc, way into the lake. Half an hour passed, and I just got back into the rhythm. The click of the spinning reel, the smoothness of the line. It was nice. Just nice. Then, a bite. Not a big one, but a bite, finally. I hooked it and started reeling. Not twitching, just a solid, steady reel. Probably not a big fish, about a pound at most, but now I had something to show. Would probably make a neat Insta post or something for my Tinder profile. Laugh at it if you want. It works. My lure was about halfway back when the line suddenly snapped. It wasn't even from the pressure. It was as if the line was just cut. The fishing line snapped out of the water. I just dropped my rod in the sand and threw up my arms. What the fuck? I yelled to myself. What the fuck was that? And there, out on the lake, another ripple. I had enough. I packed up my things, trudged back to my car, and dumped it all in the trunk, even the lukewarm beer. I left the bait jar in the sand though. These worms were useless. By the time I sat down in the driver's seat, the first raindrops had started spattering against the hood of my car. Then, my phone chimed. Of course, the third time my brother was asking if I would make it to Minneapolis tomorrow. I groaned out loud. I couldn't take that kind of toxic positivity. I just couldn't. I needed space. Sorry, I texted back. I just set up camp. I'm here for at least another day. So as not to make myself a liar, I decided I'd stay the night. I'd sleep in the car and just listen to my audiobook. That was a kind of camping, right? I had a tuna sandwich packed away and my lukewarm beer was almost palpable. Not much of a dinner, but I didn't feel like going back to town. It felt more appropriate to just stay out in the woods. I put my headphones back on, turned off notifications, and let well pattern creep back into my mind. As the clock crept later and later, my lukewarm beer was running out. About 9 p.m, after a long nap and checking my YouTube subscriptions, I had to take a bathroom break. The woods had gotten really dark, really fast. I didn't have to go far, so I just stepped out into the forest and did my business. For a moment, I just stood there breathing. I could see the lake from there, and I noticed another ripple. It was bigger this time. I zipped up, walked back out on the dirt path, and took a second look. There was something in the lake. Nothing big, but something round, about the size of a basketball. I got back in my car and updated my Instagram. I was a bit pissy about not getting the fishing picture out of this trip, but hey, at least I got a picture of that weird sign. Maybe someone out there knew what it meant. So I took another look at the picture. I noticed two things. One, that round thing in the water can be seen in the background, down by the lake. Two, there was a small spatter of colour at the very top of the sign. It kind of looked like the sign was broken, now that I look closer at it. Gave me an idea. I took one more trip out the car, following the dirt path. Now, I could hear frogs again, and they were getting louder. Probably the rain luring them out, using my phone as a flashlight. I looked around the sign. Just as I suspected, there was a second part to it, just off the path. It had been broken in two. The text was clear. Don't feed. Don't feed Melon head? What the? I started thinking about what I'd done all day. My bait jar was going empty. Bait being picked from the hooks. My fishing line was cut. Had I been feeding whatever the hell kind of animal Melon head was? I turned back to my car, only to see someone standing on the path. I didn't raise my phone. I didn't want to make any sudden movements, I just froze like a deer in headlights. I could barely make out a humanoid shape, but I got this sudden realization that I was out, alone, in the middle of nowhere, and now something was blocking my path. It was tall, like 2 heads taller than me. It had sort of a hunchback, and these long webbed fingers. It had this irregular breathing, rattling a large sack in its chest. It dropped my bait jar on the path in front of me. More. This awful gurgling noise. Somewhere halfway between a regurgitation and breathing in. I carefully picked up the jar and looked up. Whoever this was had this big, melon-sized head. This was what had been sticking out of the lake all day. It even had a tint of green. I need my shovel, I gasped. It's just more. It stepped towards me with a splat. I fumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet. I crawled into the underbush and just started digging with my hands. I stood there on my hands and feet, ripping into the ground with my fingers. Thick globs of something sticky dripped down as Melonhead loomed over me. Every now and then, I felt something wiggle between my fingers as I filled the jar with dirt and worms. I held it up, and Melonhead just poured it over his face. The dirt was filtered out and spat back out as the jar was dropped back down next to me. More! I must have dug for hours. Just as soon as I filled the jar, it emptied it. Hour after hour, I just dug and dug and dug, breaking my nails, having my fingertips cut by little rocks and roots. I've no idea how long I was there. Hours. An eternity. Every time I slowed down, there was this sound like a man-sized rattlesnake getting antagonized behind me. I even stopped pleading. I just kept going. The rain intensified, drenched me, but I couldn't tell if my shivers came from fear or cold. At some point, when I held up the jar, it didn't take it. The sun was rising out of the dark clouds, and the frogs had gone quiet again. My knees crackled as I got back up, and my fingers were trembling. I was covered in dirt, and my clothes were soaked. There was no one there. I leaned against the closest tree, tried to find the right words, but instead just collapsed into crying. When I got back to my car, I plugged in my phone. As it charged, I called the one person I wanted there. My brother. I had to get away. I just drove, mindlessly. I have no memory of what I did or how I ended up at a gas station. I don't have the slightest idea how my brother found me there. I just remember being glad he did. It's taken me a long time to come to terms with what happened. For a while, I thought I'd had some kind of mental breakdown, thinking that what I experienced was just something I made up. I didn't talk about it. It sounded ridiculous to say out loud, but I really was there all night. I was on my hands and knees digging. I wouldn't do that for nothing. I was there, and so was Melonhead. It takes a lot of work to keep culture alive in a big city. I've dedicated most of my life to arranging community projects and keeping people engaged. Late night movie screenings, flea markets, chaperoning at youth centres, concerts, game nights, you name it. I'm the face in the crowd that people can't help but recognise. It didn't take long for me to expand my interests to amateur theatre, opera, and ballet. While I didn't know much about what makes a ballet or opera good, I did know a thing or two about promotion and just keeping a steady schedule. So over time, I became sort of a tag-along, and while I couldn't speak a line of dialogue without looking at a paper, I'd grown quite essential to the local performance groups. I didn't get paid much, but enough to get by. I had a total of 16 so-called micro jobs that paid the bills, but I've been looking to get into something a bit more stable. So using my experience with the local cultural scene, I applied for a full-time job at a local ballet school. This place had international recognition, and lo and behold, I got the job. Mostly administration and logistics, but I also just helped out during classes. One of my favourite things to do was to help with flyers and social media accounts. I've always been a bit of a hobby photographer, and ballet has such stunning visuals. I had worked there for 8 months when we were putting on one of our biggest shows yet, our rendition of Coppelia. There'd been all kinds of drama for months about who was getting which part, what venue we would use, what costume design to go for, all kinds of issues. I tried to help to the best of my abilities, but there was a limit to what I could do. I'd read up a lot on ballet history during my time there, and it was a genuinely interesting subject. So when we were getting closer to the first show date, I had an idea. See, back in the late 1800s, there was a tradition among certain Parisian companies to perform a ghost ballet. It was essentially just a final rehearsal with a few more extra steps, but it was something I'd never seen performed before. The ghost ballet is performed the day before the first show. It's performed to an empty audience and with no music. The idea is that by keeping the seats empty, you leave room for past dancers to bless your performance. And by performing without music, or killing the music, it leaves room for instruments past to be heard by the special audience. It's all just a way to remind the performance of their prestigious history, and also paying your respects to those who came before. The dance itself is usually just a silent version of whatever you're debuting the following night. I suggested we perform a ghost ballet before our Coppelia debut. I could take pictures and make a few posts about it on our social media accounts. Hell, we could even make it a bit spooky by using the black outfits from our Swan Lake performance. It would make the rehearsal a bit more fun while also playing tribute. Everyone was on board. Sabrine, who had the role of Swanhilda, went all in. She even suggested we take it a step further by inviting friends and adding a sort of skeleton makeup. I wasn't completely on board with it, but the others loved it. How could I say no? So when the night of the ghost ballet came, it was a mini event in and of itself. There were about 20 people in the audience and we dimmed the lights. The music was turned off, but it felt like we missed the point of it when there were friends and family invited. The point was to keep the seats empty, but yeah, times change, I suppose. The performance went perfectly fine. I think the relaxed atmosphere made them all take a few more risks and really give it their all. People were cheering from the crowd, and in the dim lights it all looked sort of haunting in a way. Just hearing their feet and panting was strangely unnerving. I took plenty of pictures. Our followers would love this. When the show was over, I couldn't help but feel like I'd done something wrong. The dancers seemed happy enough. 2 of the guests even brought flowers to throw on stage. Mostly discoloured blue sunflowers picked outside, but still, it was a nice gesture. Sabrine was beaming. But all in all, this hadn't been a true ghost ballet. But the dancers were so happy, so all's well that ends well. Not quite. As I was driving home that night, I had this awful feeling. I'd uploaded a few pictures and made some posts on our social pages, but I couldn't help but feel that we'd missed the point. They just had fun with it, but the tradition itself had originally been a means of reverence. It wasn't meant to be posted online, or for the dancers to dress up in black with skeleton paint. Would we do that to an ordinary audience? No, of course not. This was not a circus. Halfway home, I remembered that I hadn't properly engaged the alarms. The code was still tucked away in my wallet. Sure, I'd locked the doors, but without any alarms, anyone could just pick the lock and walk right in. It would probably be fine, but I felt like I had to do something right. If only just one thing. So I turned around and drove all the way back. I heard my phone ding over and over with likes, shares, and messages. The ballet after dark aesthetic was an interesting take and made for great pictures. Maybe it'd inspire something new someday. Once I got back to the venue, I double checked all the doors and windows. Not only had I missed turning on the alarm, I'd left one of the back doors unlocked. As I locked the place up and turned off all the lights, I hurried through the main hall to lock down the side doors. As I was about to turn on the alarm, I noticed something. A single light that refused to turn off. It wasn't one of our spotlights, as the light flickered like a flame. I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps. "Anyone here?" I called out. "Sabrine?" No answer. Without a word, someone walked out on stage. She was dressed in this large black dress, with puffy shoulders and a black scarf. She tiptoed on her bare feet. With every step, they snapped like twigs. A ballerina is graceful and elegant, and to some degree, that described the woman who'd stepped out on stage. She might have been a great performer once, but that was no longer the case. The harsh overhead light made it hard for me to distinguish her facial features. Her ill-kept blonde hair made it even harder. As she stepped out into the middle of the stage, I couldn't help but to stare. Every step she took was calculated. As she took the arabesque position, I could tell something was terribly wrong. Her legs struggled to remain straight, and she had no strength in her left foot. She had trouble keeping her balance, and I could hear painful sounds as bones and sinew snapped under the pressure. Her black scarf wasn't just an accessory, it was there to keep her wobbly neck in place. As the scarf slowly unraveled, I could hear the crack of her neck as she moved from position to position. As she readied herself for a Sisona jump, I just gasped a hoarse, "No!" She collapsed onto the floor, a pile of broken limbs dressed in black. Her arm twisted and turned the wrong way, and her right wrist seemed close to falling off. Chunks of her hair were falling out on stage, and still, she tried to get back up. One snapping tendon failing after another. A chill crept up my spine as I noticed a wind coming from the ceiling. It almost sounded like a flute. I let out a forced breath, only to see it blossom into a cloud. How hadn't I noticed the cold? The performer couldn't get back up, and instead just lay there. I had to show this to someone. I just had to. Someone had to see what I was seeing. As I brought up my phone and aimed the camera at the stage, I felt a light tapping on my shoulder. "Pass the photo," someone whispered. Somebody called. I put down my phone. It seemed like an eternity. I just stood there, watching. The broken woman groaned and turned, failing to get back on her feet. Instead, just lay there, writhing back and forth like a wounded insect. Her frustrated cries echoed from the stage, groans turning into pained wheezing. Without turning my head, I tried to see whoever was behind me. I didn't want to turn around. I had this instinct screaming at me to just wait it out. One more bad move, and I might not make it out. Rational thought would have to take a back seat. I must have stood there for the better part of 10 minutes. I was so stiff, my feet were getting numb. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the hall, and with it, the overhead light went out. Before the stage drowned in darkness, I met the eyes of the broken dancer. Her eyes were empty. Once the stage grew quiet, I ran out towards the exit. I slammed the door open, leaving the building and everything in it behind. I didn't think a second about closing up or locking. I was just getting as much distance between me and that building as possible, while my mind tried to make sense of what I'd seen. The next day, I woke up at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I had 27 missed calls, and I was running a massive fever. I texted my boss, giving up on describing the previous night entirely. Maybe it's all been a fever dream. It was certainly warranted. I was shaking. I tried going back to sleep, but those empty eyes kept haunting me. The words whispered in my ear ran a chill up my spine, worse than any fever. I couldn't let it go. Had I really seen it? How could that have happened? I twisted and turned hour after hour, not finding the slightest bit of rest. I had to do something. It took me almost 2 hours just to get dressed and brush my teeth. I tried getting in my car, but I realized I might kill someone if I got into traffic like this. Still, I had to see the show. I couldn't miss it. I'd promised I'd be there. Sabrine was expecting me. I called up an Uber, chugged a yogurt, and got to the show just as it was about to start. The back doors were unlocked, much to my chagrin. I stumbled inside, waving at the security guard. They recognized me, but were visibly worried. Maybe I didn't look my absolute best. Not really a premiere night type of outfit. Sweatpants really are. As I got backstage, there was the usual excitement in the air. The first act had just started, and I could feel the magic in the air. I had to see it for myself, just to make sure they were doing okay. It seemed fine. Sabrine was giving it her all. As she and Gaspard performed a perfect fish dive, I could hear the audience ooh and ah. Just like the performers were doing what was expected, so, in a way, was the audience. Then, the camera flashed. For a brief moment, I saw something in the empty seats. I heard something, maybe I imagined it, but right alongside Sabrine, I heard this other set of footsteps. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for something to snap or twist like the broken dancer. It struck me how, even with all her training, all it took was for a misplaced step for the show to be over. Another camera flash. I looked at the other dancers backstage. We have to. I couldn't find the words. My mind was cramped. I just stared out at the stage, whispering what I'd already been told. Pass the photo. Even so, there was another flash from the audience. For a brief moment, every seat in the house was full. Elegantly dressed men and women clad in black funeral garment, mummified faces and dirt-filled mouths. And there, ready to run in from the side of the stage, was the broken dancer. Right there, in the dark corner of my eye. The lights went off. A power outage, and somewhere on stage, unhindered by the music, a terrible scream. They say that Sabrine lost her balance when the lights went out. She, on the other hand, claims someone tackled her. Either way, when the lights came back on, she was writhing on the floor with her leg broken in 4 places. Gaspard was screaming almost as loud as she was. The audience were taking more photos than ever, flash after flash. I've never heard a scream like hers since, and seeing the terror in her eyes was one of the worst experiences of my life. It was more than just a broken bone. It was the broken heart of a ruined dream. People were rushing to help. Our backstage paramedic hurried out. Curtains were drawn, and our volunteers were trying their best to calm the audience down. I caught a glance of Sabrine as she was carried away. Her eyes, for an instant, looked empty. We haven't performed Capellia since. We've changed venues, and I'm no longer arranging ghost ballets. For a long time, I've suspected that it was inviting outsiders to be part of the audience, to be the main problem. But I have another theory. See, by the turn of the 19th century, photography was still a budding art. It was forbidden at many venues, and mainly ballerinas refused to allow photographers. In fact, that was one of the many rules of the Parisian companies from which the tradition stemmed. Pas de photo. No photography. I can only hope our transgressions are forgiven in time. I hope Sabrine is allowed to recover. And I hope, dearly, that I someday forget these hollow eyes. Back when I was 6 or 7, my parents, my brother, and I had just moved into a rental in Oregon. It was the point in the move where we had almost all the boxes in the house, and they were stacked high in each room. My parents, for reasons I can't remember, decided to leave a very short time, taking my brother with them, but leaving me alone. I was walking through the one-story house, looking in each room, and enjoying finally having some time alone, when I got to my parents' room. To help you visualize this room, it had French double doors leading into their room with their windows in them. Both doors were wide open to allow plenty of room to put the large furniture in. As you walked in, you had the bathroom to the left and a window on the furthest wall from the door. It was late afternoon, so the light was shining in but not quite casting shadows on the floor. But before I walked in, I saw movement in the light. As I stood in the door, I watched as an all-white silhouette of a small boy, about 3 or 4, walked towards me. I remember he was walking at a normal walking speed, but his movements looked like he was walking in slow motion. I, of course, got scared, and I ran to my parents' couch, hid my face, and when I got up again, it was gone, and I never saw it again. The house was a new building, and we were the second people to live in it, the first being the people who built it. To this day, I haven't had another experience, and my husband's family moved into that rental years after we did, and they've never seen or felt anything. It's been years, and I can't find anything similar to what I saw. So does anyone know what that was? So I've always believed in the supernatural. I always found it very interesting. I didn't really think I would experience any paranormal experiences, as my parents were Christians and would always take me to church. So I thought that I was protected by God from the supernatural. That is, until I experienced my first encounter. I was very young, but the memory is very vivid to me. My dad had to go to work that night, so it was only my mum and brother and me at home. Everything was normal until I went to bed. I, as a child, had many sleep problems, some that I still deal with to this day. I'm also a light sleeper, so the smallest sounds would wake me up, and it would take me ages to get back to sleep. Something I would do a lot is put the blanket over my head, and for that reason, it would help me sleep better. I also still slept with my parents at this time because they didn't want me suffocating from the blanket when I fell asleep. I didn't know what time it was, but I felt some pulling the blanket off my head. I opened my eyes and saw some shoes in front of me. I was about to look up at who it was, but then someone spoke to me and told me not to and to turn the other way. When I turned, I faced the mirror that was on my parents' wardrobe. I remember seeing someone standing behind me on my bed. He was dressed very formally. I couldn't see his face, and at that moment, I didn't really question why he was there, as I was half asleep. I don't remember how long we talked for, but he talked to me until I fell asleep. I remember falling asleep to him, just slowly patting my head and telling me that he's always here. Then I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning and told my mom about what happened. And since my mom was of deep faith, she just chalked it up to me being half asleep and making things up. But eventually she took me to the priest to get blessed, as she thought the devil is possessing me and stuff. My brother experienced meeting the same person, but he was more hostile to my brother. My brother, as he got older, just said he was a kid, and he was just probably bored and relating strange things he saw to things he just watched. I've told many people, but they don't believe me, and some say they do, but I know they don't. When I was 6, I moved into this new house built around the 1950s in a big town. When I was 7 or 8, I started staying home alone. Throughout the summer, I'd be alone from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. most days, and I would spend my days doing what normal kids in the late 2000s did, which is watch DVD Barbie movies and wash dishes. While I'd be home alone, I could feel something watching me. When I was at my living room couch and my outside facing sink, I could feel something there staring like a sixth sense, and my eyes would wander over for a split second, or I would turn around at the sink, see it there, blink, and it's gone. He would always be in the same doorway, peeking over the side door frame. He had black leather gloves and a brown leather mask, with no holes divided in 3 horizontal sections. This happened on and off for 2 months, and then I had a breakdown that I was seeing to my mom, and she sent me to daycare. About hearing things, I'd be alone in my room practicing piano, and I would hear my name called right at my bedroom door, just over and over again. And I would keep leaving my room to see if my parents needed me for something, and they'd be in the kitchen or on the couch. I went through some abuse later, and when I went to the hospital due to depression, I heard my name called out really loud when I was about to sleep. I went straight to the nurse, and they gave me a pill to help me sleep, because I was pretty shook. Never heard it again. For 2 years, I lived in a house with my husband, now ex, and our 3 daughters. This house had belonged to his grandma, who had lived there for over 50 years, and raised her 3 sons there. The house is a huge ranch-style home with a basement, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 different living rooms, a fireplace, and an old grand piano. Very outdated when we moved in, with lots of grandma's stuff still there. Mostly trinkets, books, etc., and the flooring, paint, wallpaper hadn't been updated since the 70s. When Grandma was alive, she loved visitors and would talk passionately about her home, telling you how hard she worked to keep the house after her husband left, and saying specifically, "I never want to leave this house," meaning she never wanted to go to a retirement home, and she never did, as she died there after complications of a stroke, stemming from what would turn out to be unnecessary heart surgery. My ex decided to buy the house, and so we moved in. I had never had paranormal experiences before, and I just wanted to share what we experienced, as I still don't know what to make of it. The first time was after we put the kids to bed, and were folding laundry together. We both very clearly heard footsteps in the opposing room, and we looked at each other, thinking it was one of the kids out of bed. He yelled, "Go back to sleep!" With no response, we walked in, and no one was there. Kids are asleep in bed. It was definitely a bit unnerving and confusing, but maybe not scary. The next time was when I got home late at night and heard Grandma's jewellery box that sings the songs when opened, going off in the back bedroom. I knew I had to turn it off, as it was going to wake up the kids, and sure enough, it was just going off, not opened or provoked at all. Next was the strangest. It was very early in the morning. I was starting to wake up, but still half asleep in bed. My partner at the time was up and had the lights on. We were preparing to go on a trip that day. I was getting irritated as my kids were yelling "Mom" from all the way across the house from their rooms. I was kind of groaning about it, and my ex was finally like, "What?" I said, "Why are the kids yelling all the way across the house? They know not to do that." First he said, "What are you talking about?" But abruptly stopped as we both heard another "Mom." He acknowledged it and went to check on them and discovered them all sleeping in their beds. Couldn't have been the neighbours, as we can't hear them inside, and it was very early. I sometimes wonder who I was hearing, and I wonder if that experience was real. What else is? I was told I had 2 entities following me. A while back, someone I was friends with told me when I came over to visit that I had 2 beings following me. This person also told me they sometimes knew things and saw spirits. I'm a semi-skeptical person when it comes to this stuff, but I ask questions anyways, and I was hoping maybe some of you can have some input. They said that one of these things was an older Hispanic woman, and that she was upset that I was visiting my friend and kept entering and leaving the room to check what we were doing. They asked if my grandmother had died because I am part Hispanic, but I didn't know at the time for sure because I haven't had anything to do with that side of my family since I was a kid. I told them that the grandmother I was raised by was white, and my mother was white and adopted. They also told me the other being was a tall man in black wearing a hat, and he was in the background just checking things out. Whenever I questioned them more about this, as I did several times, they would just tell me the man in black seemed fine and just an observer, but to watch out for the older Hispanic lady. Let me start off by saying paranormal is normal for my family. So ghosts, spirits, spooks, whatever you like to call them, have never been a taboo subject for us. Growing up, you see something, you tell someone, and everyone listens and gives advice. I grew up never being afraid of the paranormal and was taught to be respectful. My whole life, I've experienced paranormal activity. So it happens and I move on until my senior year of high school. Again, I was taught to respect the dead, so I've never gone ghost hunting or tried messing with spirits or anything of the sort. Senior year, I was given an assignment to find ancestors in town and see how far back you can find relatives. My grandmother told me and my cousin about an old cemetery that she believed a cousin was buried in and how to get there. So we go and find her grave and get the information. We thanked her for allowing us to get her tombstone information and to rest in peace. The whole time we were there, my cousin and I felt very off, like we were being watched, and not in a good way. Go home, and everything is fine, until I go to bed and have the same feeling. I'm laying in bed but staring out my door into the hallway and feeling as if someone is there watching me. This continues for months. I thought I was the only one who noticed until my brother started asking me if he could sleep in my room with me because he was scared of the hallway. He told me that he felt like someone was watching him from the hallway and it felt bad. I agreed it was not a pleasant energy like what a family member or maybe just a spirit passing through feels like. This was a dark, eerie feeling. Told him that was fine, and we both laid in my bed and stared at the hallway and felt eyes on us. We both said the Lord's Prayer and went to bed. We're not a super religious family, but me and my brother felt at that moment we needed to say the prayer. I graduated high school and things calmed down and the feelings seemed to go away. Until that morning. My mum went to work and my brother went to school. I got up and got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, when a heavy feeling crashed down on me, and I felt I was being watched. I turned my head to look to the side, and there on the other side of the distorted glass shower door was a tall, dark figure. I could see head and shoulders, but no other features except the red eyes. I screamed and threw open the door, and it was gone quickly, getting dressed, wrapping my shampooed hair in a towel and leaving the house, going straight to my grandmother and telling her, bawling. She looked as scared as I did. My grandmother believes it was a shadow person. Me and my mother had been fighting a lot, as full-blown screaming matches, which we never did before the trip to the cemetery. Grandma called my mom, and they called someone to cleanse our house. I never went back, and I moved out. My mom sold the house, and I still get horrible feelings when I drive by it. That's my worst paranormal experience, but I have years of stories. I just want to share a haunting from when I was 12 years old. My house is adjacent to my aunt's house. Since I don't have my own room, I would usually sleep over whenever there's a room available if my cousins or her are out, since I want to have privacy at times to play video games without being nagged about bedtime. My cousins think their house is haunted since people were supposedly tortured nearby during World War II, before the house was built. According to his classmates who live in the neighbouring streets, who in turn point to their grandparents as the source of the story. My aunt, on the other hand, dismisses them and would often scold us for thinking that someone died there. Same with my parents. According to them, they have lived in the house since they were born and never felt, heard, or saw anything paranormal. When we asked my grandparents, all they knew was that it's a junkyard when they bought the lot in the 70s after escaping Vietnam, and never asked the previous owner about its past. Although they urged me to pray when sleeping over, just to be safe. As for me, I didn't experience anything safe for loud footsteps in the hallway during dawn, which I just attribute to others in the household going to the bathroom or for a snack downstairs. That is, until I was home alone for the first time. My aunts, cousins, and parents went to our province to bond with my grandparents. I didn't go, since there's nothing to do there. Once they've left, I locked all the doors and windows and set the alarms before going to my aunt's room. Right next to the bed is a television screen where I can view our CCTVs. After checking the premises, I just played video games and watched a bit of Japanese you-know-what until 3 a.m. I went to the bathroom before sleeping where I passed by hanging laundry. I could have sworn seeing silhouettes wearing the clothes and just standing there. However, I just continued with my business and thought nothing of it. Must have been just my imagination, since I am sleepy and have read somewhere that the mind can play tricks with the senses in the dark. I was suddenly awakened by loud footsteps in the hallway, and around 3 knocks in the bedroom door an hour later. Fearing someone broke into the house, I took my aunt's .45 caliber and butterfly knife as I checked the CCTVs. Everything's clear inside. All the doors and windows are intact, so are the walls. There's nothing on the other side but complete darkness. In the yard, there's nothing but frogs which have made it their home for some reason. I looked at the crack at the bottom of the door and saw feet barely covered by what seems to be a white dress outside, standing in front of the bedroom. I could have opened the peephole to see who it might be, but my gut tells me I shouldn't, so I didn't. I called my aunt, but there was no answer. Thought of doing the same to my parents, but the fear of being reprimanded for still being awake at 4 a.m. took over. As for the police, they told me I'm just imagining things and hung up. With nowhere to help, just pushed the chairs in the room towards the door, placed whatever I could on top, covered myself in bed, and hoped for the best, as whatever's outside started stomping back and forth across the hall, as if in a tantrum. By some miracle, I eventually fell asleep. Last thing I remembered was still seeing nothing on the CCTV in the hall. When I woke up around noon, I saw the lights in the house, except in the room where I'm in, open. I told my aunt and parents what happened and got them to admit that the house is indeed haunted. How? Well, a concerned neighbour who lives at the end of our street asked them who the girl in white she saw pacing around inside my aunt's house on the 2nd floor, on her way to work around 5 a.m. As it turns out, my aunt and mom dabbled in witchcraft in their younger days out of curiosity, after hearing it could bring them good fortune in school, and perhaps even gain the attention of their crushes. Must have attracted some elementals during their rituals, which they would prefer for the kids not to know, since they're gradually in the process of having them removed from the houses. Apparently, that's the reason my grandparents had the trees in the yard cut down. The yard itself cemented, incense burning on most nights, and priests and fellow practitioners visiting regularly to check up on things when we were at school or vacation. I continued my sleepovers, although I have the light in the hallway and restroom turned on. On the other rooms, I'm not sleeping in or locked from the outside when I'm alone. The activity eventually ceased a year later, although they seemed to return in the form of footsteps or unintelligible whispers in the hallway and stairs, late at dawn, during Halloween and All Saints' Day, of years ending in odd numbers. Except last year. We just ignore their visits as long as they don't hurt anyone, and we don't see any full-bodied or any type of apparitions. It's nice of them to stop when someone is going to and from the bathroom or downstairs. As for why it took 20 years for the elementals to be removed, or at least their presence to reduce to visits, according to another practitioner, it seems every time a horror story is told verbally in the house, which is almost every Halloween, the elementals are convinced to stay longer. Thus, it's been forbidden to do so there ever since 2004 for good measure. If my cousins want to tell ghost stories or watch paranormal stuff, they just go to our house to do so to use our headphones. Ours is safe and spared from paranormal activity in my aunt's house, supposedly because Mom buried some kind of charm below our living room that she brought from church before taking the nursing board decades ago. So a house I had lived in from the age of 9 to about 16 was haunted, I'm fairly sure. Things happened all the time. I always felt watched when I was on the second floor. Noises would come from nowhere up there, and my brother's room always just felt off. He was about 5 or 6 at the time, and through the course of the whole time we lived there, he would flat out refuse to sleep in his room. He'd always wake up at night and go downstairs wailing. Not to mention, when we moved in, my parents said that 666 was painted on my bedroom wall, and no matter how many coats of pink paint they put over it, it still bled through like it was freshly painted there. So that's cool too. So the dreams. I used to argue that it was just the fact that I had lived there during such a formative chunk of my life. So my background in my dreams would always be set there. The thing is, whenever I'm dreaming of that place, I'm always searching for someone or something. I had a dog that died while we lived there, and sometimes I dream that I'm trying to find her, even though I know she's gone, and that she's out in our yard rotting. If I'm not searching for her, I'm making my way to the stairs that lead to the second floor. We had a blanket blocking the stairway because we used it so little that my parents didn't want all of our heat to go upstairs and leave us cold. With each dream, I'm getting closer to the blanket, and dread is in my stomach. Like I know the minute I move it, that someone will be at the top of the stairs, looking down at me. I finally reached the blanket, and to my relief, when I moved it, nobody was there. But the relief was short, because the very last dream I've had is that I move the blanket, and the door to my bedroom slowly begins to open. I haven't seen who or what is opening the door, and honestly, I'm scared to see. I don't know why I'm having these dreams, and they're so realistic and exactly the same, each with me going a bit further. Perhaps the scariest part of it all is that I'm not even scared of that house anymore. I miss it. I feel so much homesickness for it now. I used to never want to go back once I had moved out. I'm beginning to have thoughts of asking the landlords to let me know when it's vacant again, so I can have it. And I almost feel jealous that people are living in it right now. I don't even live in that town anymore. I don't know if anyone will take this seriously, or even know why I feel this way, or I'm having these dreams. But has anyone else had something similar happen to them? What should I do? My family, on my mother's side, has always been close to the paranormal. I myself have had many experiences with spirits, ghosts, entities, etc. It would seem that I've passed these traits onto my 11-month-old boy. For about a month, whenever he's been put to bed at night, we've noticed that he tends to be more talkative than when he's with us. Not to say that he's a quiet kid, but sometimes when he's in there alone, he just yaps up a storm. The times that I've peeked at his door to see what he's going on about, he's always facing a wall, and it's obvious that he's communicating with someone or something. It's actually really cute. There are pauses, as if he's listening, and then the baby babble starts. And man, does it start. Sometime he bursts out laughing and giggling after the pauses, almost like he's playing with someone. I love the sound of his laughter, so I can't help but smile when I hear it. Once, after taking his afternoon nap, I went in and picked him up. And thanks to my bad back, I had to put my hand on the wall to steady myself. I was looking at him the whole time, even though he was looking at the spots I had to put my hand on. He looked at me, at my hand, and back at me, and erupted in wails like I had hurt him somehow. I asked him what was wrong, and he motioned towards my hand, crying while he did so. When I realised I may have just put my hand on his friend, I quickly moved it and apologised to both my boy and his visitor. Needless to say, he instantly calmed down. We went about our day. My girlfriend was sceptical about the whole thing, but even she's been noticing how he acts and become a believer, more or less. My mother passed away shortly after Christmas last year. The night before her death, I had a weird dream. My uncle, who died at 74, was in the dream, and he was a very young man. We were in a house, and I was talking to the redhead actress from Longmire. My mother was a tall, lanky redhead like that. I was in the kitchen with my uncle, and outside, my grandmother was gardening. She was his and my mother's mother. She helped raise me. My grandmother waved at me through a cloudy glass. It was like hand-blown glass, wavy and imperfect, so she was blurry. But I could tell she had her younger figure and black hair. I was talking to my uncle when he put a finger on the side of my head. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "I'm fixing you." There was a very bright golden light, and I woke up. I woke up feeling very good, very calm. When my wife woke up, I immediately told her about the dream. I then told my adult son, who was curious about the dream because he had a weird but unrelated dream that night as well. That afternoon, my brother called and told me our mother had died in her sleep that night. I have a lot of curiosity about this dream. My mother was ill, but she wasn't terminal. Was it my subconscious? Or was it something more? Was it a deeper experience than just the simple subconscious programming? I found myself seeking God in the months since then, struggling to stoke the fire of faith that I had long ago lost because of the betrayal of my former church's minister. He did something very horrible, and it deeply harmed my wife and my faith. I want to believe in God, and I find myself feeling his presence, but there's just some little part of me that keeps looking for a scientific explanation. I would love input and constructive ideas. Was it actually my dead relatives? Thoughts on the afterlife? And similar experiences? I've always been a bit off. I grew up with my grandparents in the outskirts of St. Gall, Minnesota. You could call them hippies if you want. They were emotionally distant people. I could tell they weren't very close with their child, my mother, and they weren't happy with her decision to have me. Honestly, most of the parenting I got there was from the other residents of St. Gall, this close-knit community of outsiders. And my parents? Well, I've never met them. My mother is in jail, possibly for life. Not sure why, but seeing as my dad is dead, I have my suspicions. Honestly though, they've never been part of my life, and I'm not going to start caring now. But I'm here to tell you about one of my most private and weird personal problems. Because of recent events, I've grown a bit existential. I thought it was about time I shared my story. My grandparents told me I had a skin disease, something that could transfer from one person to another if I wasn't careful when spending time with others. They had all kinds of fancy Latin words for it and statements from dermatology specialists. Looking back at it, I should have asked a lot more questions. I figured out it was nonsense by age 7. Either way, I was told to stay away from people and keep to myself. I had to wear gloves at the dinner table, and there were no hugs and kisses. Instead, I'd get a steady, gloved handshake when I did something good, and I was sent to the basement when I did something bad. The basement had no books, which was punishment enough. Just a dark room where I was left to stew on my anxieties. During my formative years, I was homeschooled. I noticed that I kept surprising people with my ability to retain, observe, and use information. While my grandparents might quiz me on European history, for example, I not only knew the answers perfectly, I could discuss them, challenge them, and see patterns from other textbooks I had read. They kept calling me a smart kid, but I've never really felt smart. I just see things and remember them. If that's all there is to being smart, then it's not a big deal. Trust me. But it came to a point where I could no longer ignore it. People in the community came to me for help, and I started picking up foreign languages. I learned fluent Spanish watching Telemundo, and a lot of German from documentaries about the Second World War. Today, I speak 8 languages fluently. But being intelligent, whatever that means, is not just a boon. You're constantly second-guessing yourself, asking if there's a better answer. You're worried you don't have all the pieces of the puzzle. Answers and the questions that precede them are never good enough. There's always another step to take, another angle to consider. Imagine being wrecked by constant doubt and insecurity. It leaves a mark on a person, and I'm no exception. I pretty much withdrew from other people. I couldn't imagine myself trying to help others. What if I guided them wrong? What if they took an unwittingly false statement as a fact? It's exhausting trying to be on the right side of knowledge and opinion. I was constantly on edge, withdrawing from St. Gall to focus on myself. I learned to find comfort in nature, mostly from a friend I made as a kid. It was an early morning in May, and the air was still thick with dew. I took a walk around the lake when I noticed this awful cry. The two Saint couple had been setting up fox traps to protect their chickens, and something was stuck. I hurried over. At first I thought it was a small dog, but the shape of the paws were all wrong. Taking a closer look, I realized I was looking at a baby black bear. The mother was nowhere to be seen, and the little thing was screaming its heart out. I felt awful, but as I approached, it lashed out towards me. I tried to calm it down, and the strangest thing happened. The moment I put my hand on its forehead, it just stopped screaming. The little animal just stared at me, confused. Those big dark eyes locked onto mine, and I could tell it knew my intention. It knew I meant no harm, I'm sure of it. It was just scared, confused, and in terrible pain. "I'll help you," I whispered. "You'll be fine." I made a mental checklist of all the things I needed. It might require stitches, bandages, maybe even a splint. I had to check if the leg was broken or merely sprained. It could be dehydrated, starved, or sick. I didn't see any signs of Mandy or other diseases, so I just pet the animal, whispering comfort. "I'll be right back." As I stepped away, it didn't panic. It knew I'd be back. I raided our first aid kit and spent most of the day caring for it. I didn't bring it back to the house, as I wanted the mother to have a chance to find it. Instead, I cleaned it, cared for it, and kept it company. The leg wasn't broken, but there was a deep gash. The bear also had a limp when he walked, understandably. I figured it might be permanent. Still, it seemed calm in my presence. In a way, I felt a connection to it. We understood one another in a way that people usually didn't. It listened. He leaned against me in sleep as I practiced my Mandarin. I called him Wojtek, like the bear the Polish 22nd Artillery Supply Company adopted during the Second World War. I spent 4 days with Wojtek that summer. Every night, I'd tuck him in next to a large rock so no wild animals would find him. And every morning, I'd bring him eggs, toast, and bacon. My grandparents usually let me eat in my room alone, so they didn't notice me sneaking out to share my dinner. On the night of the 4th day, as I tucked into Wojtek, I heard this rumbling noise. A tree breaking. The sun was setting, and I didn't even notice the black shadow flanking me. I turned around and realized I was facing a fully grown black bear, and I was standing between her and her cub. As she stood up on her hind legs, I remember thinking that I didn't even have time to panic. I almost laughed. My death would be so sudden, I didn't even get the chance to regret my actions. I froze, looking at the enormous claws. The jaws are large enough to swallow my head. As she roared, I could feel my body collapsing to the ground. I thought I'd die from the sound alone. Then I noticed Wotek. He stepped out and placed himself between me and his brother. He stood up on his little legs, making this tiny yelp noise over and over. It almost looked like he tried to mimic me, even though it pained him to stand on his wounded leg. I just crawled into a ball and made myself as small as possible. Over and over, I heard Wotek screaming at his mother. The air grew silent, like that feeling you get before a lightning strike. I held my breath as I heard trees bending and breaking. Looking up, I saw Wotek limping into the woods, following his mother away from St. Gall. I don't speak bear, but I'll tell you, Wotek saved my life. I'm sure of it. That summer, I started spending a lot more time with animals. There was something so relieving about being understood without having all these expectations looming over me. Animals are so simple and so grateful for so little. I spotted spending more time downtown, helping out at the animal shelter and veterinary clinic. I knew my grandparents wouldn't approve of me spending too much time around other people because of my skin condition, so I just told them I was at the library, which wasn't entirely untrue. I borrowed a lot of books on the anatomy of common domesticated animals. I can clearly remember the first time I helped feed the dogs at the shelter. They'd bark and growl, but as soon as they stepped into the room, they just stopped. All those little eyes turning to me, staring, as if they wondered what the hell they were even looking at. They were already listening to me, trying to figure me out. They knew I was there to help. When I was 16, my grandparents died. They died within 3 months of one another, and I was left with an inheritance I didn't know what to do with. I invested most of it, sold the house, and moved into a small apartment downtown. By now, I was a de facto and unlicensed veterinarian. Nearby farms would sometimes call me up and give me something off the books for my help. I can't count the amount of cows and goats I've treated. Most of the farmers called me Dr. Charming. I used my inheritance to pay for my college studies. My investments also paid off handsomely, allowing me some greater luxuries. I got my VMD degree ahead of schedule from MSU. I can honestly say that it was easier than expected, and I started to realize that many of my fears were exaggerated. I still lived largely separated from other people though, and I didn't have many friends. I had a few acquaintances, and most of the nearby farmers knew me by name, but that's not really what I'd call a relationship. As I turned 20, I decided I would make a conscious effort to be more social and face my fears. I had known for years that I didn't really have a contagious skin condition. That lie wasn't really all that held me back. Honestly, I just felt like a freak. I'd get lost talking to other people, and it would be exhausting trying not to correct them. Instead, I just hold my tongue and stick to subjective topics. Music, film, literature, favourite actor, that sort of thing. It was during and after work with the others from the vet clinic that I first met Veronica. I was an unkissed, unloved, and insecure virgin at the time. Veronica took a liking to me, amazed by the amount of random nonsense I could dig out of my brain. She described it as having an unlimited flower bed of trivia she could make bouquets from. I've never heard anything like it. While our first meeting was short and awkward, our following 4 dates went by like a charm. We'd go for long walks and she'd ask me all sorts of questions. It's funny, she'd say. You could be a literal rocket scientist, but you can't pick up on sarcasm. One thing led to another, and we started dating. Veronica was the charming and outgoing ice pick I needed to break out of my shell, and to this day, I credit her with what little social experience I have. She was warm, understanding, and had no trouble explaining social cues I might have missed. It didn't take me too long to get a hang of it, and soon I could hold my own in a conversation with her friends. But things weren't perfect. After about a month, I remember waking up in the middle of the night to find her sitting at the edge of the bed, crying hysterically. She'd hold her face in her hands, shivering and unblinking. I'd never seen her do that before. As I held her, she just started speaking nonsense. None of it matters, she'd say. We're nothing but walking wheat. Broken clocks. We're useless, fragile, and so insignificant. I tried to calm her down, but it was impossible. We'd sit for hours, and she'd just spew these horrible existential anxieties. She'd have these mental breakdowns every now and then, several times a week, and she started recoiling from my attempts to comfort her. I made her feel this awful dread. It just feels like you're going to tell me something awful, she explained. You're in my head, and I want you out. It worried me how much she reflected my own anxieties, and it was clear I was making her unhappy. My worst thoughts were coming out of her mouth. So, we broke up. That relationship lasted a few months, in total, but I couldn't get over it. The way I turned her from this happy-go-lucky and independent woman to a nervous wreck, it made me feel like an abuser. I had no idea what was even going on, and I couldn't tell what was wrong with me. I had heard from a friend that she started taking Xanax and going to therapy. I'm not sure what I think about her therapist, Dr. Brogan. That woman gives me the creeps. Back then, I spent a lot of time with my work colleague turned friend, Jacob. He was a few years older than me and had just gotten his own VMD. He'd seen a lot of strangeness I'd brought to the clinic, and he was one of the few who didn't seem to mind or question it. He had this amazing laugh that could easily break the tension. I remember this one time we spent at the bar, about a week after my breakup with Veronica. It was one of the first times I got really drunk. That bottle of blueberry wine felt like stepping on a goddamn landmine. My shell just cracked wide open. I'd gush about how amazing she was, how she made me feel, how beautiful she was. I'd quote love poems by Burns and Keats, laugh, cry, and finish most of the bottle on my own. At the time, Jacob was nothing but supportive. He'd pat me on the back, he'd make sure I drank plenty of water, and he'd ask me all kinds of follow-up questions. He just wanted me to get it all out. He actually told me it was nice to see me act all human for once. At the end of the night, he helped me get back home. Before we parted ways, I gave him this big hug, and he just froze. 2 weeks later, I found out he and Veronica had started dating. Out of nowhere, he'd just started courting her. She'd appreciated the attention, and the two had gotten along. Jacob was absolutely smitten with her, and she had found someone willing to overlook and tolerate her exhausted mental state. The two of them just turned into this natural couple, like I'd never even been part of the equation. Honestly, it kind of pissed me off. I quit my job and moved to the next town over. They, on the other hand, got married. I wasn't invited to the wedding. For a few years, that's been my life. I've been keeping to myself and spending time with the local wildlife. I've taken a few trips to Europe and reinvested my winnings. I've had a few short relationships with a handful of women, but as soon as I saw a hint of what happened to Veronica reflected in their behaviour, I had to leave. I've left a trail of broken hearts, and after a while, I just stopped trying to justify it. I was being selfish. I couldn't keep hurting people just to get over my own insecurities. It wasn't until a Thanksgiving parade last autumn that I accidentally ran into Jacob and Veronica. They brought their kids, and I barely recognized the two at first. They looked so suburban. As Jacob's oldest son was waving a balloon around, I noticed Jacob staring at me from across the road. I figured enough time had passed that we could talk as adults, so we met up after the parade. It warmed my heart to see Veronica do so well. A few memories of her beautiful hair on the pillow next to me surfaced, and I felt this warmth in my chest. As she stepped away to help her kids use the restroom, Jacob approached me. He had this uneasy smile, something I'd never seen on him before. We shook hands, and his smile faded away. "You want to talk to her?" he asked. "No, I just wanted to see how you were doing. Long time no see, you know." "Sure about that?" He chuckled, trying to diffuse his tension. "Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to..." No, said Jacob, nodding. "I get it. No worries, man. It's all history." He looked down on his hand, blinking. "But if it's okay with you," he continued, "I'd like for you to piss off and leave my wife alone." I want to say that was the last time I saw Jacob, but that wasn't the case. He added me on Facebook so he could stalk me. He'd send me long emails, talking at length about how he knew what I really felt for his beloved Veronica. It'd be these absurd, paranoid rants. He'd ask me about my dreams, about my intentions, even creepy, private things, like how I'd touch myself while thinking about her. "That's my wife," he'd write. "I know how you feel about her, and I'll wring your fucking neck if I see you looking at her like that again." At first I tried to calm down, but after a while I just started blocking him. Everything I said just made it worse, and I was honestly getting worried. Once I saw him drive past my clinic in the middle of the day. Had he really taken time off work to drive to the next town over to check on me? For what? To make sure I wasn't screwing his wife? He started leaving notes. He'd call me at work and send letters. He'd get new email addresses and get past my filters. I honestly considered calling the police, and I told him as much. Huge mistake. A few months ago, I was out jogging down a nearby trail. I was listening to a lecture on 40s filmmakers and had blocked out most of the world. It's nice to just keep my mind busy. It helps me compartmentalize my anxiety. As I was passing by a broken streetlight, I suddenly felt a push. I was knocked forward, scraping my hands and knees on the pavement. Surprised, I just thought I'd tripped on something. As I turned, I realized I was being attacked. It was surreal seeing Jacob there. He wasn't wearing his reading glasses, and he just stared at me with the same unblinking eyes that Veronica used to get. In his right hand was a pistol, pointed in my direction. "Get up," he spat. "Now!" 1,000 possibilities raced in my mind. I had to comply, but I also had to make an escape plan. I could feel my thoughts kicking into high gear, brain locking itself into running 100 possibilities at once. I just stood there, opening and closing my mouth like a trout out of water. My brain was drowning in thoughts on dry land. "Step off the path," he continued. "Walk." Why? You don't get to talk," he screamed. "You don't get that privilege. You get to step off the path, and you get to do what I say." I nodded and started walking. Jacob's hand was trembling. I could hear the rattle of the fully loaded magazine. We stepped off the trail and into the woods, stepping over logs, bushes, and zigzagging between saplings. It felt like an eternity. I'd been waiting for an opportunity to dive for cover, but at this range, it'd be impossible for him to miss me with all those bullets. 1 or 2, maybe, but a full magazine? No way. "I won't let you destroy my family," he said. "I know you want her back. You should have listened." To what?" I asked. "You pursued me. I haven't done anything." "Don't you get it?" he laughed. "You don't see it?" He steadied his aim as I backed up. He was being smart, not aiming for the head. It'd be a body shot. One wrong move, and I'd be gone. It doesn't matter how many times you've imagined it. Facing down an unsecured barrel of a gun is like staring into a well of darkness, knowing that eternity waits to drag you to the bottom. I tried to force my mind to cooperate, to give me something, a solution, a calculation, something to guide me. Yet all that was left was insecurities, indecisiveness, and dread. This was real. This could be it. Nothing fucking matters, Jacob continued. You and I were just jokers on a deck stacked against us. There's an entire cosmos of evidence that it just makes sense. He just screamed himself red. His eyes, bloodshot and unblinking, refused to look away. I should never have taken pity on you. I should have left you to suffer. But I just fucking feel you. You're in my goddamn head. Opening these fucking doors. I don't want to think about these fucking things. I don't want to think about you taking her away from me. I don't want to think about how fucking dumb, small, and useless I am. Why does this keep coming back to you're on my mind? Jacob, No, he yelled, aiming down at the sights. No more fucking poison. I should have been dead. A bullet in my chest. Left to die next to a birch sapling. That's what I anticipated. But that's not what happened. Had I got at a better look, I would have noticed him sooner. A massive 540-pound black bear with a limp. Enraged. The moment Jacob raised his gun to take a shot, he was bowled over like a rotten log. I could briefly see his legs and head switch places as he was knocked flat on the ground. 2 shots went off as a familiar roar echoed through the woods. The same roar I'd heard that night when a baby bear walked away from me all those years ago. I saw the whole thing. I saw Jacob's arm ripped into pieces as the bear bore down on him. I saw him dragged across the forest as that enormous bear jaw clamped down on his legs. I heard bones break as the bear stood up on his hind legs, only to push down with all his weight. Biting, clawing, mauling, breaking. A body tossed around like a wet paper towel, spraying blood in all directions. Jacob's horrible screams just suddenly stopped with the snap of a joint. But the bear wasn't letting up. He was tearing him apart. This wasn't just an animal attack. This was retribution. I just slumped to my knees. The bear limped over to me, unscathed but covered in blood. The thought hit me that he might just be a wild animal attacking us or protecting his territory, but I knew that wasn't it. There was no way this wasn't Wotek. There was no way he'd hurt me. Instead, I leaned my sweaty forehead against his cold nose and cried. He nuzzled up against me. Over the years, his little yelping noises had turned into deep, comforting snorts. I'm sorry, I bawled. I'm so fucking sorry. Wotek kept me company and felt my pain. Jacob's death was labelled the result of a wild animal attack. Veronica had told the police about his deteriorating mental state, and a few locals had heard shots go off just as a bear roared. The conclusion was that he'd probably provoked the bear. I didn't say a thing. There was no need to try and explain my involvement, and there was no way they'd believe me anyway. I've tried to summarize my thoughts about this. They're not rational, but I don't think there's anything rational about my life at this point. I think my mind is somehow contagious. I think my mood, my mindsets, and worries can spread. Animals don't really have the capacity to understand my anxieties, so they just pick up on my immediate intentions. They understand the basics, they don't need the rest. But people are complicated. I think Veronica picked up on my worries, social and otherwise. I think it caused some sort of short circuit in her ego, and Jacob, well, the first time I hugged him, I must have shocked his system with my thoughts on Veronica. Maybe that's what caused him to pursue her in the first place. Maybe seeing me again and shaking my hand reignited something that lay dormant for years. I don't know if I can trust myself around people. It's so much easier to write, to share things online. No one gets hurt. No one gets intrusive thoughts. You can just lean back and call bullshit on my story. I don't know what to do. How to move on. Can I even see a therapist? Either way, I think I'll be alone from now on. Then again, as I look to the woods, I know there are those who care. Last year, I was in an accident. There was a traffic jam and I was stuck for 20 minutes. I decided it was a good time to bring out my iPad, so I took off my seatbelt and leaned into the back seat to get it from my gym bag. Seconds later, a car rear-ended me at 65 miles an hour. I smashed my head into the dashboard so hard that it was like turning off a light. It took 13 hours of surgery, 5 weeks in a coma, and 8 months of physical therapy to get me back on my feet. On paper, that's the end of the story. But there's more to tell. I brought something back from the coma. It's so hard to describe my experience. You completely lose track of time, so a passing thought can take an instant, or an afternoon. There's no way to tell. You can be completely aware of everything that happens around you, and yet you can't recall anything anyone has said. You can become hyper-focused on a smell in a particular part of the room, but don't feel a single thing when someone gives you a shot or stretches your legs. It's like floating in an empty black room, with twinkling stars of cohesive thought floating just out of reach. I could have been alone for mere minutes or weeks before I finally met him. There's no way to tell. But there was someone to keep me company. There, in the void. I first heard him as a distant voice, calling out to me. There was something inside me telling me to keep my mouth shut, but I just couldn't. I was scared and alone. I answered the call. The first time I saw him, in my mind's eye, he was tall. Probably about a head taller than me. He was thin, hairless, and completely nude. He seemed tired. We could barely understand each other, as if we spoke different languages. Still, he stayed with me, occupying my thoughts. After a while, we started to sound alike. We started having conversations. We started making jokes, telling stories, and getting to know each other. Again, it could have been minutes. It could have been weeks. And I don't remember anything about it. There was just the sensation of having him there, of having company in the nothingness. Still, a few of his words stood out. I'm nobody, he said once. In so many ways, I'm nobody. And sometimes, you are too. So that's what I called him. Nobody. As time passed, I realized I'd made a mistake. As my body struggled to wake up, nobody tried his best to keep me around for just a little longer. He wanted a friend and companion in the dark, someone to get to know and share his experiences with. I don't remember what he told me, but I remember how it made me feel. It made me feel dread and existential terror, like there was something I desperately wanted to forget. Something I wish I didn't know. Luckily, I don't remember it, thank God. But the nobody wanted me to know. He kept telling me these awful things as if to make me sympathetic to his state of being. He wanted me to give up and just stay there with him, but I wouldn't budge. I was determined to wake up and put this entire thing behind me for however many years I had left to live. He got frustrated, and with every frustration, he changed his form. His fingers would grow longer, his arms thinner. His head would grow pale and elongated, his mouth rounder, like a leech. On the good days, he'd look like himself. On the bad days, I had to hide, listening to him, trying to sense my thoughts in the dark. But the day came when I could finally feel my body again. The stars in the empty void were turning into suns, and blotches of thought were connecting. A finger connected to a hand, connected to an arm. Eyes twisting and turning, trying to blink. In the final moments of my coma, I struggled so hard that my entire being was screaming the effort into the void. I'd either wake up or stay there forever. All or nothing. At first, I was failing falling deeper into the void. Then, a surge. Nobody lifted me up and carried me into the light of thought. I woke up. Those 5 weeks just seemed like a murky memory, an afterthought. Something I've left behind, but not quite forgotten. I still have certain memories left clear as day, but none of them as vivid as that of the nobody. If I had artistic talent, I could paint him from memory. I could spot him in a crowd of 100 people. I could have heard a single word in a crowded room, and I'd recognize his voice. To me, he was at the front of my memory. Still is. During my physical therapy, I brought it up with my nurse. She didn't laugh at me, but didn't take it very seriously either. People have all kinds of experiences, she argued. Some come back speaking different languages or thinking they're someone else. To you, it was all real. But here in the real world, it's not. You're you, and there's no one else. Try to find comfort in that. Of course I tried, but I couldn't. It started with sleepwalking. Not much and not far, but enough to make me worried. I live alone, and waking up standing in the middle of a cold shower is not something I'd ever recommend. Or waking up with your mouth full of olives, choking on a kernel. I just figured it was a result of my brain damage. I told my doctor about it, but they didn't pay too much attention. They were more worried about signs of fatigue and dizziness. Still, my memory of nobody was so vivid, I could imagine myself seeing him. I often got the feeling that he was right behind me, if I just turned around quick enough. I'd enter a dark room, knowing he was there, making me afraid to even turn on the lights. I would stare at an empty space, knowing that he would appear if I wasn't vigilant enough. I expected him at every turn, at every corner. He was real, but I also knew that there was no way he could be. Then there was an incident. It wasn't bad, but it looked bad. I was at a coffee shop ordering a latte and a bun when I suddenly fainted. Bang, lights out. I don't have any memory of what happened, but people in the coffee shop had freaked out. The ambulance came. 2 people were propping my head up with their jackets. They checked my pulse and breathing, and I was fine. I was just, lights out. The tests were inconclusive. Sure, there were some inconsistencies, but none of them were out of the ordinary. I'd been in a coma for weeks and only just recently started my physical therapy. There was sure to be readings that were out of the ordinary. So I got back home with a fairly decent bill of health. There was only one thing that bothered me. They'd gotten my height wrong. I'm a solid 5'9", but according to the tests, I was at least 6'1". I'd also lost no less than 12 pounds since my last checkup. At first, I thought it was in my head. My fingers were starting to look longer. I was losing a bit of my complexion. I made excuses for all of it. I never go outside, I'd say. It's just a weight loss making me look taller. But it wasn't that simple. The next few nights proved that. Sleepwalking got worse. The final straw was waking up in front of the bathroom mirror with the words "Nobody loves you" written in blood. I'd shaved my head and brushed my teeth so violently, my mouth tasted raw flesh. I wasn't even pale anymore. I was pallid. Of course, the nobody loves me. I was his only friend in that place between worlds. That hollow, dark place. Over the upcoming weeks, the changes would become more obvious. I'd grow another 2 inches and lose another 20 pounds. My hair didn't grow back, and I lost hair in other places as well. I was having trouble with my teeth, and I was getting those violent coughs. My ribcage was aching from the coughing, and I got a prescription for asthma medication. It didn't help. I barely recognized myself in the mirror anymore. I started to look like him. Sometimes I'd hear him just as I fell asleep. That bump in the night had a voice, thanking me for bringing him along. In the next breath, he'd praise himself for saving me. Nobody helped you, the voice would say. Nobody got you here. 6 months into my physical therapy, I was barely recognizable. A thin membrane had grown in my throat, effectively separating my voice into 2 pipes. One light, one dark, which spoke simultaneously. The doctor had a fancy word for it, and we tried to schedule surgery for it, but my insurance wouldn't cover it. It was the kind of condition one does not simply get, but something you just have. Hence, I couldn't have gotten it as a result of the accident. It had to be pre-existing, even though it wasn't. They said the same about my fingers. Fingers don't just grow. I could literally show the growth measure from day to day, but it didn't matter. My canines grew longer. They'd poke a hole in the bottom lip at night. Not that I'd sleep much anyway. I was always tired. I'd dread going to sleep, so I started relying on sleeping pills. At best, I'd have a dreamless night that lasted 4 hours or less. At worst, I'd be twisting and turning in a cold sweat for 14 hours straight. Night and day float together when you live that kind of life. And sometimes he'd come visit me. Nobody. I'd feel his presence lying there next to me, sometimes thanking me, sometimes praising himself. Except now, we had the same voice, the same double-piped voice, making us sound like two people speaking at once in a gruesome vibrato. Twins. One night, as I brushed my teeth, I saw him in the mirror. I could feel my face twisting and turning at his whim. We were having a conversation wide awake, through my body. He, smiling at me through a face I barely recognized as my own. "I'll stop," he made me say. "I want it to be comfortable." "Leave me alone," I'd say in a different tone. "Just leave me." "No," I laughed. "We're out. We're free. Just listen to me and it'll all be fine." It was the second time I should have ignored him. The second time he called out to me, but I was too tired. I listened. At first, his demands seemed reasonable. He had different dietary restrictions, different things he liked. As long as I kept him happy, he allowed me to sleep, and my changes didn't progress. My canines even shrunk a bit. It was small things, like drinking milk instead of water, eating ham instead of cheese, going to bed at the break of dawn instead of sunset. Little things, but they added up fast. Soon, he didn't even have to ask me to do it. I'd just do it. Then, it got worse. He'd want me to take long midnight walks, to stay inside during the day, to turn off the lights and put bed covers over the windows, to eat a raw chicken breast, to eat charcoal, to eat cockroaches, flies and worms, to sleep in an ice-filled tub, curled up in a ball. Step by step, I did it all. I barely even noticed the changes. I was growing isolated from friends and family who barely recognized me. I'd grown a third windpipe, and there'd be bones poking out from the side of my ribcage. My yawns would reveal a mouth twice the size of what I used to have. I tried going back to the doctor, but I heard the nobody scream in the back of my head. I'd just gotten off the bus when I stopped. "I'll bite your tongue off. I'll chew it, swallow it. You'll taste your own stomach acid if you don't return home." I listened. I tried not to, but I did. I'm writing this because I don't know where this will end. My physical therapy came to an abrupt end. I can't go back to work. I can't go to my family. He doesn't allow it. Instead, he's giving me the strange instructions. Addresses I've never been to. Names of people I've never met. He's having me read articles about distant places, about events that happen to other people. Not even big news or anything, just very specific things. An apartment fire in Minnesota, for example. Who cares? And that's the weirdest thing. I care. I really, honestly care. I'm excited to do these things, to adapt. I feel stronger and more connected to myself with every submission. I like the taste of the things I eat. I sleep better in the place he makes me stay. And yet, I know that isn't me. Not the real me. This, right here, this is the real me. These words might be the last part of what it means to actually be me. I don't want to lose myself completely, but I know better than to torture myself against an inevitable conclusion. Nobody whispered truths about what we are and what we mean for weeks. He told me that the way things really are and what it means to be human. And honestly, I'm not a fan anymore. I've been freaking out for weeks. I don't know how to deal with this on my own anymore, so I'm turning to the internet to see if there's any sort of comfort or understanding. I'm Evan. A few weeks ago, my mom died. She fell down the stairs and broke her neck. She had a disability affecting most of her body, so the fall was far more dangerous for her than it would have been for me. I always told her she ought to be more careful. Sure, the house was pretty much tailored to compensate for her illness, but there was always more to do. She had so many imperfections. I've been homeschooled most of my life. Mom needed me around the house, so I was rarely allowed to go outside. She always said that when I turned into an adult in my own right, I'd be allowed to leave and do whatever I want. Until then, I was under her protection and care. I'd go swimming, fishing, hiking, all kinds of stuff in my spare time. Anything that got me out of the house for a while. I learned to read before I could even talk, and I started writing on a typewriter pretty much the same year. Talking, if anything, was way harder than typing. Sometimes I sat with Mom surfing the web. I was allowed to use the computer, but only under supervision. I wasn't allowed to mess with the code, but I was allowed to keep any books on programming I could find at the garbage dump. I couldn't see any video sites online, and most images were blocked by a custom filter. Mom wanted me to form my own image of the world and not be a slave to perceived realities of the less eloquent. When she died, I didn't know what to do. I've never really done housework, and I wasn't allowed to go to the store on my own. But I'm not stupid. I know about all kinds of things, I just haven't had a chance to explore and experience it for myself. And hell, Mom and I could live off the grid. So with one less mouth to feed, I figured it'd be easier for me. Well, it would be, if the chickens would calm down. They've never really enjoyed my company. Getting to know the house without my mom's help has been a pain. All of my mom's tools were tailored for her physique and disability, so nothing is really made for me. I think to her, having a normal child was a constant reminder of her weakness. She didn't want me to get used to her way of doing things, and it was imperfect and, in the long run, useless. So when it was time for me to learn, I had to start from scratch. It's been tough, to say the least. I started exploring my surrounding area. The first thing I noticed was that a lot of people around here have a similar disability as my mom. I've never really interacted with people around these parts before, but they all look weird in different ways. Frail, weak, small. Like there's something wrong with their bone structure. I've seen the mailman up close, and I sometimes see others go by in their car. I've long thought there was something wrong with the water, and I thought Mum had been using some sort of filter to keep me healthy. Of course, it isn't that simple. The first thing I really wanted to do when I lost her was to get to know my neighbours. It isn't as easy as it sounds. There's this one family who lives not too far from the lake that I've really wanted to meet, but my mom told me they were some sort of religious nuts. She called them stupid, the kind of people who don't keep pet frogs, even though they live by the lake. So stupid. I figured I'd watch them for a while before introducing myself, just to see if they really were as weird as Mom made them out to be. I was so disappointed. Not only did they have the same affliction as the others, but they didn't even try to isolate themselves. Not that they socialised with any normal people, but still. It was terrifying to see their crippled bodies writhe around the house, pretending to be a normal family. Barely a hair on their body, covering themselves in thick layers of cloth. Others had so much hair it impaired them. Their kids were tiny and weak. They used tools and accessories for everything, unable to perform even the simplest of tasks without aid. I just couldn't understand why Mom wanted me to stay away from them. They weren't dangerous people, but they were just pathetic. Creatures more than anything. But there was something about them that scared me. I could imagine their stone-like faces scrunched up in anger and fear, hounding me. In enough numbers, they could kill me and everything I loved. I was scared that they'd come and take my chickens away or stomp over my cabbage field. So after a few days of watching my neighbours, I decided to let them be. They could keep their weird kids and brittle lives. I had to go further. There was an event at the local high school. I tried my best to camouflage myself like one of the sick people, but it was difficult. In the end, I decided I'd watch from the glass roof. It's hard to say hidden in plain sight. I'd rather just stay out of sight entirely. It was horrifying, screeching and cheering this massive imperfect beings. They dressed in vibrant colours and sang without harmony. They gathered in blocks, lines after lines of them, some pale, some dark, all broken. I think they were hurting each other. There was a lot of screaming and loud noises. They couldn't even yell that loud, so they used whistles to communicate simple instructions. I just couldn't force myself to watch. It made me queasy. As I snuck away, a pair of them caught a glimpse at me in the parking lot. They were screaming and pointing like I'd walked in some sort of sacred ritual. I just started running. I lost them by climbing a tree, but I was moments away from just wringing their necks and leaving them there. Instead, they get to live, and I couldn't even tell them apart from the others if I tried. They're just a part of the mass now. For the next few nights, I couldn't sleep, no matter how tempting my hammock was. Instead, I focused on orienting myself and finding out what was really going on. I had the internet. Information superhighway. It took a lot of effort to get by all the security measures my mom put in, but I'm an excellent learner. Mom always said I was too clever for my own good. I can keep a steady 320 words per minute without breaking a sweat, and I can read most programming languages. I have a great memory. Typing them out is one thing, but understanding them is easy. Most communication boils down to a singular language space anyway, kind of like how I learned to speak top. Mom knew about this and had several safeguards, but she didn't count on me having all the time in the world so suddenly. It took a month to set this up, but I tore it down in an afternoon. I made my own OS and named it Barb after my mom. Once I got online, I had a panic attack. I thought all my communication was being routed through a filter or something, as all I could see were these sticky creatures. On news sites and YouTube videos, even on Reddit, all I could see were these creatures. Let me explain. They're not like normal people. They're shorter, frail, and with these weirdly small heads. Their necks are so soft and thin that they can barely even hold their heads up. They're missing limbs, and some of them try to cover their imperfections with cloth and makeup. Some of them look like my mom, and some of them I can barely even tell apart. They're everywhere. I slowly concluded that there were two possibilities. Either my ISP was filtered, or these creatures were everywhere. And no, nothing pointed to my ISP being the culprit. I checked the pings and tried VPNs. I'm starting to think that it's just what people look like. I just don't understand. Mom said she had a disability and that I'm the normal one. My usual 8 eyes was the correct number. She told me all my arms were beautiful and that my thorax was a healthy size for a boy my age. Yes, I can fold into myself to camouflage with the sick people, but she told me I should never try to be something I'm not. She even excused herself for being weird and eating boiled chicken eggs instead of having them raw and whole. She always boiled, fried, and ruined her food instead of eating it fresh with all nutrients. She refused to even try fresh rabbit when I was learning how to set traps. Her sickness made her slow and predictable, but I loved her nonetheless. She always seemed so static to me, always having the same number of eyes, ears, mouths, and limbs. Like if she wanted to eat an apple, she'd have to climb the tree and pick it. I could just extend my tongue and pluck it. If she heard a noise, she'd have to twist her entire body to look that way. I could just open an eye in that direction. But these people outside, they might remind me of her, but they scare me. There are so many of them. So many of you. I don't know. I've started watching movies to better understand how to move, how to camouflage, and how to fit in. To speak with just a single tongue, to keep my extra arms folded into my chest. I can look like the sick people from a distance, but it's like trying to live as a tense spring. Eventually, it's all going to burst out. I can't hold it forever. It just feels like everything is made and built for someone else. For the short, frail people, not me. I feel out of place. I hate seeing them, thinking that I'm the one who doesn't fit in. Feels like I'm waking up into a nightmare. I don't know where to find others like me, or if I'm missing something. Am I really the odd one out? I'm scared what these people might do if they find me, and I'm still not convinced that they are the norm. Never felt like Mum was hiding anything from me. She was always so open about introducing me to the world once I was an adult. I'm turning 21 this year. I can learn a lot in a short amount of time, and the unbridled internet is just exhausting. I think the event I witnessed was basketball. Have I never heard of this? Have I never heard of Wikipedia? I think I'm going to leave this place. I don't want anyone to come looking around for my mom, and I know there are people who do. The people who saw me in the parking lot might come looking for me. They might hurt me. Mom said that's what happened to Dad. I keep coming back to asking myself this one question. What's more likely? That the world has been hidden away from me, or that I've been hidden away from the world? The most probable answer terrifies me. A few months ago, I was at a bachelor party. All my friends had gathered, and we had this big night out. I'll be the first to admit I had a few shots too many. Still, I'm a responsible driver, and I didn't live all that far away. So, I took a sobering walk back home. I used a shortcut by the lake, trying my best not to step on any frogs on the way. Those bastards are everywhere. I was about halfway home when I noticed something further down the road. Someone was coming my way, and they were dragging a large garbage bag behind them. We stopped about 20 feet from another, and I got a good look at him. He was wearing nothing but a pair of jeans, and he had this wild stare, like an animal. His eyes were so large they were practically round. He had several deep cuts in his skin, as if sliced by a knife, but there was no blood coming out. He just stood there, staring at me. "Look the other way," he said. "Just look away." I don't know why I did as he asked. Maybe it was just me being stupid and drunk. Still, it feels like there was something more to it. I honestly didn't want to know what I was walking into, so I looked away and heard him shuffle past me with his garbage bag in tow. "Good," he coughed. "You did good." I didn't report it to the police. I was barely conscious by the time I got home, and I wasn't sure if I had dreamt it all. I was too busy nursing my hangover to consider what's really happened. It wasn't until a few days later, when I started noticing the missing posters for Councilwoman Leslie Bolin, that I started getting suspicious. Still, I did nothing. I had no part in this. I wasn't even sure what I'd seen. About a week later, they reported Leslie Bolin had been found. There weren't any details released to the public, except that there was suspicion of murder. I couldn't help but shake the feeling that I'd seen something that night. I hadn't told anyone, not even my girlfriend. I laid awake at night, thinking about what to do. Then, one morning, there was a mark on my door. A large X, made with charcoal. I washed it off immediately, but the thing spooked me. I'm a very private person, and there was no way I could take this in any other way than as a threat. If it was supposed to intimidate me, they failed. Instead, I told my girlfriend about it, all of it. The man I'd seen, my suspicions, everything. She didn't seem too bothered. Maybe she thought I made it up to scare her. Then again, it has been hard getting her to focus on anything but the garden lately. But that's not here nor there. So I went to the police, explained what I'd seen, where I'd seen it, and when. I tried to describe the man, the garbage bag, and his general expression. They didn't seem all too interested. I'd been blackout drunk. It was over a week ago, and they'd already arranged a search in the area a few days prior. I wasn't a reliable witness. Even if they believed me, they couldn't send out a dive team to Frog Lake on nothing but this testimony. They needed something more. I just washed my hands of the entire thing. I was done. I tried to help, but no one seemed to take it seriously. For a while, I thought I was just being paranoid. Then, I started getting dry eyes. I know, it doesn't sound very interesting. We all get them from time to time, but I'd never had that before. The skin was red and irritated, and at times I could barely keep them open. I tried creams and salves, but it was all just temporary pain relief. The problem persisted for days, and it started to affect my personal life. I no longer felt comfortable driving, and seeing myself in the bathroom mirror was just uncomfortable. But there were other things. I noticed the charcoal X marker around town, on the side of the water tower, in alleyways, on the sign to the quarry, next to the church mailbox. It was small, but all over. How hadn't I seen this before? Looking back at it, I'm pretty sure these spots were marked before. I started patrolling my house, looking for these marks. I didn't see any nearby, but I did see one by the neighbour's house. One of those fabricated houses from the 70s. Right there on a tree with a swing, clear as day. Another charcoal X. I lived like that for a while, and I adapted as best as I could. I set up a doctor's appointment, but nothing came of it. More creams. As I was grocery shopping at the supermarket, I had some sort of seizure. It wasn't for long, but it was the most intense thing I'd ever felt. Like a light show under my eyelids. I'd see these shades of orange and red, with sharp tangs of white. It would show up out of nowhere, and my eyes would force themselves shut. The swelling made it hard to open them. One of the cashiers rushed over to help. I washed my face, forced my eyes open, and the lights were gone. But not entirely. Over the next few days, I could sense those colours whenever I closed my eyes. I'd see them swirling and twisting, forming and dissolving into shapes seemingly at random. It was like watching clouds on the inside of your head. I could barely get any sleep. It was ever present. A second doctor's appointment later, and I was told most of my symptoms matched that of a powerful migraine. Now, next to my creams, I got some migraine medication. Didn't take me long to realise they didn't really do anything. I started taking the bus to and from work. Sure, I could have someone drive me, but I didn't want to be a bother. At first, it was hell. Forcing my eyes open made them go drier even faster, but closing them gave me the swirling shapes of red, orange and white. There was no rest, no getting away. You can't run from your own body. One time, as the bus came to a stop by a red light, I closed my eyes. Then, in the middle of those swirling colours, was a large X-shaped void. Darkness. It was set in a specific spot. Whenever I turned my head, it'd go away. I managed to pinpoint the spot in real life when I looked in a certain direction. When I opened my eyes, I saw him. The same man who dragged that garbage bag that night. He was crossing the road by the red light. I'd never noticed him if it wasn't for the X I saw as I closed my eyes. The X followed him. It marked him. For a moment our eyes met, and I think he saw something in me too. He smiled. Later that day, as I was waiting for the bus back home, I noticed someone sitting down on the bench next to me. Even with my eyes closed, I could figure out who it was. X marks the spot. I looked up and got a better view of him. Mid-30s, early 40s, tall, skinny, muscular, short black hair, goatee, and the most intimidating eyes I'd ever seen. They were these pale white orbs with just a spot of black. He held a pair of sunglasses in his hands, even though the sun had already set. Who wears sunglasses in the dark? Rough day, he asked. Yeah, I nodded. It'll get better, he comforted. It always does. I didn't answer. There was something odd about his voice, like he was talking to someone he knew, rather than a complete stranger. Just look ahead, he said. Look closely. He got up from the bench and started walking. I waved to him. Aren't you taking the bus? I prefer a long walk. Step by step, he disappeared down the street. That night, as I sat in my bedroom, I closed my eyes. I shut them as hard as I could, frustrated by the colours and the discomfort. And for a brief second, I noticed something in front of me. Just this tiny black spot. It was just like in the bus. A dark void, bereft of colour. I didn't realise I was looking straight ahead at a reflection in the bedroom mirror. Again, I closed my eyes and stepped forward. The spot grew larger and came into focus. There, in the equivalent of where my forehead was reflected, was a black X. I was marked. I started having horrible nightmares. The colours in the back of my eyes started shaping into violent images. The red and orange turned into blood, skin, and innards. The tangs of sharp white turned into bone. Closing my eyes was like looking up from under a pile of broken bodies. It was disorienting, and it made me sick. The migraine pills did nothing. I found myself sleeping with my eyes open. In the morning, my eyes were so badly crusted, I couldn't see without thoroughly washing them. Still, the creams did nothing. My girlfriend was getting worried, not only because of my eyes, but because she said something had changed with me. I wasn't listening or paying any attention. I was constantly distracted, and I wasn't talking as much. I didn't even notice it myself, but she was right. Usually that'd bother me greatly. I consider myself an active listener, but lately, I just didn't care. Maybe I'd changed more than I realized. Things were getting worse. Every time I closed my eyes, a new horror would morph into view. Hellish landscapes, laughing skulls, a sky full of eyes, all in shades of orange, red, and yellow. A nightmare with every blink of an eye. I tried to force myself just not to blink, but the swelling made it impossible. Sometimes the visions would be so bad, I audibly gasped or screamed. I was sent home from work on sick leave. At best, I was a distraction. At worst, I was scaring the other workers. I locked myself in the bathroom that night and turned off the lights. It was easier to keep my eyes open in the dark. There, as I blinked, I noticed the reflected X in the mirror was larger. My mark was larger. I stepped up closer, thinking about what the man from the bus stop had said. Look closer, I muttered. I pressed my face against the bathroom mirror. The X covered my entire field of view, and finally, closing my eyes just gave me darkness. No colours, it was all just darkness. The relief was so enormous that I cried. Then, a hand. Something reaching out of the mirror, stroking my hair. A rumbling voice as whispered from underwater. Hello. I started closing my eyes more. I started making sense of things. In the landscapes and horrors, I noticed patterns corresponding to my surroundings. What looked like a skull could be my bed, morphing as I moved back and forth. An enormous dismembered tongue could be where my halfway carpet was. It was like seeing the world shaped through constant morphing, etch-a-sketch from hell. Like staring at a moving painting, colours never settle. I found myself walking around for hours, eyes closed. I could navigate my space better and better. All I had to do was look closer. I could even type on my phone and keyboard. I could cook. I could take walks. And step by step, hour by hour, the horrors that first shocked me started to seem normal. This was just the way the world looked now. I can't say my girlfriend was pleased. She was so bothered by all of this. We had a huge fight, and I couldn't care less about her emotions. It all just seemed so superficial. How can you honestly say, what about me, to someone who might be losing their eyesight? That, if anything, is short-sighted. When she demanded a break, I didn't fight back. I normalized my world with a hellish vision. It was all just a different way of seeing things. I tried watching the world with my eyes open, but they were just too dry. I couldn't be bothered. It all seemed so bland in comparison. If I'm really honest, I missed seeing the orange and red when I opened my eyes, so I've kept them closed. It wasn't too long ago when I noticed several dark spots outside my house. At least 12. Moving with my eyes closed, I stepped out, surrounded by landscapes of orange and red. I opened the front door. There were at least 12 X's tall and dark. I'm not a small person, but these were all taller than me. Looking up, I noticed at least 4 or 5 of them circling overhead. Not flying or flapping any wings, just hanging there, suspended. Symbols. You're looking closer, said a familiar voice with a cough. You did good. Please tell me, what's happening? I told everyone about you, the voice continued. They were eager to reward you. This is a reward? Can't grow new muscles without some tension and pain, the voice chuckled. All this discomfort will pass. Then what? Then we can move forward and see things together. Enough of this! I was annoyed. I hated this unclear, puzzling crap. I wanted answers, and I wanted them now. I stepped up to the X in front of me and forced my eyes open with my fingers, only to realize they were already open. Orange sands, blood-red skies, bone-white mountains, rivers of fire. In front of me, nothing but a dark X suspended in mid-air. I tried to blink it away, closing and opening my eyes, but nothing helped. This was real. This was happening. My mind snapped as I fell to the ground. "You won't regret it," the voice said. "I promise." I crawled backwards. I could feel the gravel of my driveway under my fingers, and within seconds, I could feel my front door behind me. I couldn't take my eyes off of the floating figures. "Don't leave," it said. "Please, don't leave." I looked to the sides. Corpses floating down a river of fire. Worm-shaped tunnels boring into the side of rib-caged mountainsides. Countless X-shaped spots, all waiting for me to speak. They were floating overhead, drifting underneath. I could feel them, far off, closing in. "No," I stammered. I can't." "Please," it pleaded. "Please." I crawled backwards. I felt the front door open behind me. Then, I was back. I kept my eyes open. With every blink, I was back in that hellscape, but now I heard them. They were screaming at me, coming for me. With every blink of an eye, I could feel them closing in. I was being torn between two places at once, and that other place, they didn't want to leave any witnesses behind. I was seconds away from being picked apart, tossed down the river of flame. My dry eyes screamed at me to blink, to close my eyes, to surrender. I counted the seconds. I stumbled into my home office, feeling them closing in. I found my solution in one of the drawers. I stapled my eyelids open. Since then, I haven't blinked. I sleep with my eyes open. I know what waits for me, just a few blinks away. I can't live like this for long. I can protect my eyes with goggles, and I go through at least a bottle of eye drops a day. I've cleaned my wounds to make sure they don't get infected, and now they've healed up. I couldn't close my eyes even if I wanted to. I don't know who these people were or what they wanted from me. I don't know if it's too late to accept their offer or what that'd entail. Guess they want to tell me as little as possible to test my faith. I don't know. Sometimes I lean against the mirror, hoping that hand will comfort me again. I'm so tired with my dry eyes. Several years ago, I lost my father. He and I were very close, as were my kids, as we had stayed in El Paso, Texas, when my siblings had left Texas, and we were the one part of the family that were with him, and my mom almost daily in El Paso. After he passed away, my second oldest child, my son, had a car accident. As a result of this accident, my son had, and still has, a TBI. He was in a coma for a month, then came out of that coma, but remained in a minimally conscious state for another year and a half. It was Ritalin that actually brought my son out of his minimally conscious state to where he could speak again. It had been well over 2 years after my son's accident, while he was an inpatient at a rehab facility in Houston. He was there for therapy after he had shown signs of following commands, and was started on Ritalin shortly after being admitted to the rehab facility. About 1 week after we started Ritalin, one day we were riding up the elevator after a day of therapy, and as clear as day, my son asked me, "What happened to me?" I quickly pulled him off the elevator as I heard this, as it had been a long time since my son had spoken. I was in shock. I was ecstatic. I was crying with joy. I pushed him into a waiting area and told him about his accident, about how he had fallen asleep at the wheel and left the roadway and hit 2 parked U-Haul trailers at full speed. It was a miracle he was alive. I mentioned that my dad must have called in every favor in heaven that he could get my son this far. When I said this to my son, his eyes got wide and he asked me, "What happened to Grandpa?" It broke my heart to realise that due to the brain injuries my son had endured, that he had forgotten that my dad had passed away. That memory had to be one that was lost to my son as a result of the damage to the brain. To tell him this and to see him break down and cry, suffering this loss all over again, was just so heartbreaking. Eventually, he was better, and as time went on at the hospital, he did well in his therapies. One night, while still there, I had a dream. My father came to me in my dream. He told me that he was proud of me for all of the sacrifices I had made to be there for my son, telling me I was a good father for being with him at every step along the way to his healing, and to tell him that he, my son, could get it all back, but that it was going to be the fight of his life. The last thing he said in that dream was to tell my son to stay strong. It was a powerful dream, and it seemed so real. I told my son about it that morning when he awoke. Not long after that, my dad came back to me again. He was sitting next to me in this dream, his right hand on my shoulder, and he was telling me something, but I was having trouble understanding him. It was almost as if he was having trouble speaking, and I told him in this dream, "Dad, I'm having trouble understanding you. Is there something wrong? Why are you talking like that?" He looked at me and mouthed the word sorry. He then very slowly said, "I forget that where I'm at now, I do not need to use my mouth to speak. This all feels so strange now, and it's hard to speak like I used to. I only want to tell you that I love you. I'm proud of you and happy you are here with your son. I'm going to be watching you too. I cannot say for how long, only for as long as I'm able and allowed. Please remind him that he has to fight now, harder than ever. Tell him, again, to keep strong." I don't know if these visits from my dad were just dreams, but I choose not to think so. It all felt so real and yet surreal at the same time. But his visits came to me at dark times and were sorely needed. I believe there is more to this world, more than we ever get to know and see. I lived in a super haunted house for almost 10 years, and one of the ghosts was super mean. My older son is traumatized from the things he experienced there, stuff he didn't tell me about until we moved. I hardly talk about it either, because I was worried I was going crazy until we moved, and everything that was happening stopped. Just stopped. But when we lived there, the activity was so constant, it got to the point where it was just irritating. It was like constant jump scares in a movie, you know? After a while, it just lost its edge. One of the things the ghost would do is climb into bed with me. I'd be lying in bed and hear the slap of a hand hitting the top of the covers, feel the mattress shake and the weight of someone pulling themselves up onto the bed. And then I'd look, and no one would be there. Happened all the time. But toward the end of us living there, after talking a lot about how much The Ring and The Grudge scare me, I was taking a nap and felt someone climb into bed. I just knew no one would be there. I knew my husband was downstairs and my kids were watching a show, but I couldn't help it. I rolled over and looked and saw a girl towering over me with a dirty white dress and long, dirty black hair covering her face. I jumped, then rolled away, covering my face with my blanket, then groaned and yelled, "Go away!" It sounds absurd, but it totally happened. And it did something like this to my oldest son too, after he saw something on a show that scared him. I was just wondering if anything like this has happened to anyone else. What kind of entity is this? I'm thinking it has to be demonic, but there's so much I just don't know about these things. When I was about 7 years old, my family moved to this old house. The day we moved in, I was holding a snow globe because it was fragile and special to me. I didn't want it to break in one of the many moving boxes. While walking to the house holding it, I remember thinking I wonder what the snow feels like in the globe. Before I finished the full thought, it shattered in my hands. When I told my mom this, she didn't believe me and had thought I'd dropped it. This was the first thing that scared me about this house. The bigger concern is what I kept seeing. This house had a large backyard, and behind our fence were train tracks. My room faced them, and every so often I would see a shadow of a man just standing there. When I went to go get my brothers to look, he'd be gone. One night, I was woken up to a strange repetitive sound. I slowly turned my body to face the room, and there I see the shadow man sitting on my floor. He sits cross-legged. In one hand, there's a piece of wood, and the other is a knife. He sits there whistling. I remember tears forming in my eyes. I'm scared, and I don't know what will happen to me. I don't want to scream in fear that he'll hurt me before my parents could help me. I close my eyes tight. I'm not sure how long I stay awake, but eventually the whittling is like white noise and I fall back to sleep. When I wake up, I see wood chips on my floor. I ran to my mom and told her what happened last night. She told me it was a bad dream. I show her all the wood chips on the floor. She makes some excuse. Maybe the dog brought it in. She won't believe me. Over time, I think maybe she's right. This is crazy. I'm crazy. I let her go. A few months after we moved, years later, I'm an adult now, and my mom brings up that house. I tell her that I hated that house and it scared me. She says she knows that's why we only lived there for under a year. She finally admitted she also had encounters there, and when I had my encounter, she knew it was time for us to leave. She didn't want me scared and thought it was better for me not knowing that I'm able to connect with ghosts and spirits like her. I'm unsure what intentions that spirit had, good or bad. For years, I felt alone and crazy. At least now, I'm able to talk to my mom freely about the experience. I'm not a conspiracy nut. I don't believe the moon landing was fake, or that there's a secret world government run by lizards. I'm a sane, rational human being. With that said, I'm convinced my neighbour is building some sort of nest. I'm not joking. Let me explain. I got divorced about a year ago and had to move to a new place on short notice. I got a pretty decent 2-room apartment on the 3rd floor of an old apartment building. The place was probably built in the 50s, but I couldn't get a cleaner or cheaper apartment that isn't out of my price range. I moved in and tried to pick up the pieces of my life. At least my wife took all the heavy and expensive boxes in the divorce settlement. I only saw my neighbours in passing. There were 2 apartments per floor and 5 floors in total. I live on the 3rd floor, and straight across from me is a retired elderly woman. She lives with 2 cats and has a younger man visiting about once a week, probably her son. The 2 apartments below me aren't that interesting. A childless couple, a straight across from them, 3 college students. No big deal. The apartment straight above me was probably the most important one. That's the one you gotta look out for when moving to a new place. If anything is gonna disturb you, that'll be the one. You don't want them to be clog dancing enthusiasts, manic cleaners, or the kind of idiot who listens to music with loudspeakers on the bus. The guy who lived above me, Hugo, was an ideal neighbour. He was some kind of accountant who worked at the sanitation department. He kept to himself, never moved a single piece of furniture, and didn't move around much. No slamming doors, no running. He was pretty big body-wise, with a sizable pair of glasses and thinning hairline. He lived alone, seemed friendly, and he was simply the best neighbour I'd ever had. God bless that silent, chunky angel. So let's talk about the nesting. It started a few months ago, in December. It was at the height of the 2020 pandemic, so I was trying to get some minor Christmas shopping done in the off hours of the day. I have flexible work hours, and I can work from home, so I can go out whenever I need to. I was getting a photo printed for my mom and was trying to find a fitting frame. I found this small store with a going out of business sale, and I noticed Hugo browsing some silverware further in. Only, he wasn't alone. Christ, I'm having a hard time describing this woman. She was half his weight, an entire head taller, and she wasn't even wearing heels. Neck like a swan, thin shoulders and gorgeous nutmeg hair. She had a peculiar smell, like a mix of a bittersweet flower and honey. Pale, flawless skin, red nails. I couldn't stop staring at her. Hugo told her something funny, and a laugh seemed to light up the entire room. She grabbed his arm, kissed his cheek, and whispered something back to him. He smiled. I'd never seen him smile before. I saw them buy plates, silverware, and a few blankets. Nothing special. She paid for the whole thing and carried it all out in a tote bag. Hugo just hung to her every word, but they both seemed to genuinely care for one another. It didn't make sense to me. They were basically different species of people. Over the coming days, I noticed some changes. I could sometimes hear laughter coming from the stairwell, and I could hear furniture being moved around during the day. Hugo got himself a new car, one of those large six-seaters. They were drilling and hammering a few times a week, and on 2 occasions, I noticed Hugo and his girlfriend carrying large carpets up the stairs. He seemed so happy. I don't want to sound like a stalker, but I was curious about the two of them. I noticed they changed the names on the door. That's how I learned her name. Sandra. After going through a painful divorce, I'll be the first to admit I was jealous. Sandra was gorgeous, and it didn't make sense for her to be with a guy like Hugo. I was spending weeks on end in lockdown, alone, hearing laughter coming through the ceiling. Yeah, it made me bitter. Sue me. Then, her family moved in. Hugo helped carry a lot of heavy boxes up those stairs, and I caught a glimpse of the whole crew through my back window. Sandra had 2 younger sisters, both just old enough to start high school. Then there was her dad, who looked to be in his early 60s. The whole lot of them were beautiful. Everyone smiling, eager to help. Healthy, happy, well-dressed. You could fall in love with either one of them with just a picture. It was weird for so many of them to move into such a small apartment, but I'd seen stranger things. I figured it was a temporary thing, but I changed my mind once I saw the moving vans. Yes, that's vans, plural. 3 vans full of boxes, not a single piece of furniture. Hugo looked exhausted carrying those heavy boxes up and down several flights of stairs. Sandra didn't seem bothered at all. I know, looking at them like that was creepy. I was painfully single, and most of all, bored. As December turned to January, the whole family had settled in quite well. They were still decent neighbours. The hammering and drilling stopped early on, and at most, I would just hear them laughing at something or watching TV. Hugo would leave for work every day, and he'd always leave with a smile. He lost a lot of weight, and he'd gotten himself both contact lenses and fitting clothes. He looked good. Not compared to Sandra, but still, he was getting there. I ran into him in the stairwell once when I was throwing out some trash. He was just coming back from a jog, chugging some kind of sports drink. Hell, he was in better shape than I was. He smiled at me. "Hey, you're in 3B, right?" he asked. "Sure am, and you're 4B. "That's right," he smiled. "Look, if we ever get a bit too noisy, let me know, alright?" "Sure," I nodded. "It's fine, really. No bother. You guys are holding out okay?" Yeah, great, actually. My fiancée got the bug early, so she's got the antibodies. The rest of us just have to wait for the needle. No doubt, no doubt." We smiled at each other and went our separate ways. Just a few steps later, I had to stop myself. I was too curious. "Hey, I gotta ask, how do you guys all live together in that small space? Doesn't it get crowded?" "Always room for family," Hugo smiled and finished his drink. "No room too small, no problem too big." That was the last time I saw him. I stopped seeing him go to work. His car stayed put in the parking lot all day. I'd see Sandra around town, alone. His sisters as well. I noticed her dad throwing out some trash every now and then, but that was it. Hugo just wasn't around anymore. I didn't think too hard about it at first, but in early March, I realized I hadn't seen him for over a month. His name was still on their door, though. Him and Sandra. This is when I started to get a bad vibe. I started to make a habit out of taking notes of things that seemed weird or out of place with Sandra and her family. like they're trash bags. They're not just trash bags. They're these big blue mesh type bags that are heat sealed at the top. Looks like something you'd use to throw out biohazardous waste from a hospital. They were round and packed to the brim, like beach balls. Then there were the nightly excursions. Once the sun started to set, all the sisters would take Hugo's car and go for a ride. They'd only be gone for a few hours, but they did it consistently for at least 4 days every week, mostly on the weekends. But the weirdest thing started in mid-March. For some time, their dad had been throwing out more trash than usual, sometimes several times a day. And at night, I'd hear these weird noises. It sounded like a mix of an engine and a nature documentary. This low, constant droning noise. I tried recording it in my bathroom, where the sound was clearest, but it doesn't sound like much. I'd hear that noise at least once a day, sometimes for an hour or two. It wasn't loud, but it was such an unusual sound that you can't help but to listen. Things escalated gradually. Sometimes I'd watch them come back from their drive with duffel bags full of something. At one point, they just had armfuls of branches and firewood. I'd made notes of all of it, complete with time and date. I was a bit obsessed. I even got out in the middle of the night to check one of their big blue trash bags. I poked one open and felt this intense dirt smell. The bag was just full of some kind of white ceramic and broken glass. I took a piece of the white stuff back home just to get a closer look. At this point, I still thought they were just weird people who'd done something to Hugo. I was still trying to piece it all together. That's the literal thought that made me realize this was something else entirely. To piece something together. I gathered the rest of the white ceramics from the bag and pieced it together. Super glue. An egg. An actual egg, large as a football. This was the remaining shell. I didn't know what to think. I just hid it. All of a sudden, I started seeing that family in a whole new light. Branches, boxes, bags full of something smelling of dirt. In my notebook, I just made a single entry. They're nesting. At this point, it was the beginning of April, and my job was opening up to having people coming back into work. We were forced to come in at least twice a week to note our hours and report to our supervisor. I don't mind getting out of the apartment for a while, even if I had to wear a mask and keep a lot of distance. It was fine. Once when I was coming home, I noticed my front door open. The old lady from across the hall was standing in the hallway, holding one of her cats. Something was going on, and the neighbours were antsy. Just as I was about to enter, Sandra stepped out of my apartment. She fixed her brilliant smile on me, that creepy, gorgeous smile. We heard noises, she said. The door was open, and your fire alarm was going crazy. Is there... It's fine, she said. The super opened it up to see if there was a fire. I walked up to her, and she stepped aside. I gave her a long, questioning look. Fire alarms don't just start by themselves, I said. Where's the super? You got a call, said the lady across the hall. He looked upset. He did, nodded Sandra. Sounded serious. I'm sorry if you were all worried, I said. But please respect my privacy. You can't just go in. I was just waiting for the super to get back. You forgot to lock your door. Well, now I'm here, and I can lock it just fine. Thank you. I closed the door, locked it, and locked over my apartment. My notes were gone. The eggshells were gone. My computer had a hard drive malfunction, and there were screws missing from the chassis. Now, they know. The sisters started noticing me more and more. They waved at me every time they took their nightly drive. Their dad gave me a cold look every time we threw out the trash, now in regular non-blue bags. The sounds at night stopped, and I never saw them carry anything inside. I was sure they'd just switched up their schedule, but I wasn't sure. I'd run into them more frequently in person. They'd accidentally meet me in the stairwell every time I went outside. Sandra was always polite, but that smile was hiding something. I felt it. Then there was water damage in the ceiling of my bedroom. Something foul smelling. There was something heavy up there, and the ceiling had started to bulge. I called the supervisor about it, but some man kept telling me that I had to have the papers for an insurance claim before they could fix it. It was bullshit, and they were stalling for time. I think they were trying to cover for the fact that the super hadn't been in for at least a month. I'm not stupid. I knew the super didn't have an assistant. The thing is, I hadn't really been paying attention to my other neighbours. The couple downstairs and the college roommates, they moved out a month earlier. I didn't even think about it. Now I had 8 new neighbours, and they were all very, very pretty. 6 women, 2 men, all in their early 20s and drop-dead gorgeous. The entire apartment complex was full of them now. That weird sound I used to hear seemed to come from every direction at night. They were not even hiding it anymore. They were just carrying all kinds of weird trash up to their apartments. Branches, firewood, plastic, bag after bag of fertilizer and planting dirt. Last week, there were more moving vans coming. Everyone was going outside to help our new neighbours carry their stuff inside. I felt trapped in my own apartment and decided, once and for all, to just leave. Once I stepped into the stairwell, I noticed 8 of them looking at me from all over. They were on the floors above, below, even straight across. Yeah, seems the old lady with the cats moved out as well. Then they screamed. They all just screamed in unison. They were like animals trying to scare away a predator. I could hear boxes dropping and footsteps approaching. I panicked. I glanced at them and burst into a sprint. They were open mouths screaming, feet running, eyes large and dark, like cats getting ready to pounce on a mouse. I took the fire escape out the back, ran, twisted my ankle, and got in my car. I just drove. Something pounded on my back windshield, but I got away. And now I'm here, posting about it. I'm not sure I should look into this. I just want to get as far away as possible. I don't think I'm safe yet. I'm staying with my brother, and just the other day, he told me there was a beautiful young woman asking for me while I was at the grocery store. I don't know what this is, or what they're doing. All I know is that they're nesting, and people are going missing. God, I can't get that noise out of my head. That scream. Those faces. I've had a fear of rats for as long as I can remember. I don't know exactly what it is about them that scares me. It's not just the tail, or the way they move, or the way they sound. It's everything, and it's nothing. To me, rats have always been synonymous with unconditional terror. It all comes from a childhood trauma. A large rat chased me up a hill, where I had to hide in a tool shed. The thing seemed rabid, and I had to sit in there for at least an hour, listening to the squeals and cries of the desperate thing that wanted to eat me. It was an unusually big rat, larger than some cats I've seen. It's called musophobia, and up until recently, it hasn't really been an issue. I mean, sure, I can get panic attacks and a flight reaction by just seeing one, but I've been able to keep them out of my life more often than not. Sure, now that I'm a parent, I won't let my 2 kids have a hamster, but I'm pretty sure the Yorkshire Terrier we have keeps them busy. My phobia became an issue not too long ago. I was driving the kids home from school. Traffic was being rerouted for maintenance, so I had to take a smaller dirt road instead of staying on the main. It wasn't far, and there was barely any traffic. The road goes by a set of fishing cabins set up around the lake. It was extended to lead back to the main road further up ahead. Usually, there's nothing but frogs there. As I drove by, a small family of 6 rats ran straight across the road. This had never happened to me before. My body spasmed and my mind blanked. I panicked and turned the car straight into a pine tree. It was such a strange feeling. I heard this loud scream and tried to cover my ears, only to realize I was the one screaming. My oldest daughter managed to call 911. My reaction was far scarier to Tem than the crash itself. We were fine. I was driving slowly and everyone turned out okay. Even the car was okay, after some light body work. However, my wife insisted that I started going to therapy to deal with this fear once and for all. I couldn't say no. Not again. There aren't many mental health professionals in the nearby area, so the list of available therapists wasn't long. I could go for 2 sessions a week if it wasn't too far away. I was looking for assisted exposure therapy, and truth be told, I was a bit on edge about the whole thing. My wife was the driving force behind the decision, so she pretty much just pointed me where to go. She chose to sign me up for a session with Dr. Jane Bogan. Dr. Jane was excited to see me. She was in her 40s and had this combed back Elvira looking hairdo, but without the volume. At first sight, you might mistake her for a medium or a psychic. It wasn't the best first impression, but her credentials checked out. We shook hands, her wrist rattling with jewellery and chains. She insisted I call her Jane. The office was kind of murky. Dark grey wallpaper with a matching carpet. Plenty of bookshelves with a desk set up by the corner. And of course, fancy leather lounge chairs. The kind you can straighten out to lie down in. Her office assistant Jeremy offered me a coffee and a donut before returning to an adjacent room. Apparently, he helped all 4 officers in the building with their scheduling, but Jane was the only one working today. Jeremy was short. He was a balding man with a tired look. He had some sort of accent, but I couldn't put my finger on what. European, I think. Today, he's all ours, Jane joked. Jeremy didn't laugh. Jane and I had a long talk about my phobia. I told her about the tool shed on the top of that grassy hill and the screeching sounds of the rabid rat. The desperate scratching, trying to make a dent in the front door. I told her about the crash and how my body just seized up and refused to let me act. Jane was a very active listener, asking follow-up questions and making notes along the way. She nodded, made eye contact, and seemed very attentive. She was good, and just talking openly about my fear was refreshing. At the end of the first session, Jane explained her thoughts to me. Until next time, I'll present a treatment plan, but I can already say you're a prime candidate for overexposure therapy. Do you mean exposure therapy? I asked. No, this is different, she smiled and touched my hand. Overexposure is slightly different, but far more effective in the long run. It also doesn't require you to actually meet or touch any rats. It can be done right here in the office. Really? I've never heard of it. I'm licensed to perform it, she said, and stood up. She pointed out a diploma next to her desk. Right there, underneath her degree from Minnesota State, was a license from the Board of Behavioral Health and Therapy, BBHT. It looked official enough, and I didn't have a reason to distrust her. I agreed to discuss it with my wife. Of course, it wasn't much of a discussion. I didn't mind trying something new, and my wife was overjoyed to see me progressing. We tried looking up overexposure therapy, but it didn't give us anything. Most links were just explaining how regular exposure therapy works. I didn't like the idea of facing my fear, but with the guidance of Dr. Jane, it felt a bit easier. She was a professional after all. I called her and agreed to the treatment. She explained it would be best to set aside a full day for it. We booked the upcoming Saturday. It wouldn't be cheap, but she guaranteed a breakthrough. I'd wager my reputation on it, she laughed. The next Saturday, I kissed my wife goodbye and left to see Dr. Jane. I was nervous, but seeing my girls wave goodbye as I pulled out of the driveway calmed my heart. They were so worried about me. I had to get better. When I got to Dr. Jane's office, she was waiting for me in the parking lot. Jeremy was there as well, despite it being a Saturday. My car was the only one in the parking lot, making me wonder if Jane lived nearby and walked to work. As I got out of the car, I noticed Jeremy holding a cup of coffee and a donut. We hadn't even stepped inside yet. He didn't blink much. Glad you could make it, Jane said. It's going to be a long day. Jeremy handed me the coffee and donuts as we entered the office. One of the lounge chairs was set up so I could lie down. I noticed how Jeremy lingered in the room until Jane stared him down. Then she turned her attention to me. It felt like staring into a furnace. Have a seat. I laid down as she dimmed the lights. Close your eyes and don't be alarmed, she continued. What are you... I didn't have time to say anything else. Jane touched her thumb to my forehead, and my mind was set on fire. That's the only way I can explain the sensation. My mind flared and there was an intense heat, wave after wave, fanning out from the point of my forehead she touched. Heat, then freezing cold. There was a taste of metal and a smell of burning rubber, like getting a tattoo on my brain. I couldn't open my eyes, and I couldn't feel my hands or feet. It felt like I was sinking into the chair, deeper and deeper. Relax, a disembodied voice demanded. I felt my breath stopping. My heart is slowing. Fire turned to ice. I could have sworn I was dying, but my body didn't respond. I was losing control. Then my eyes burst open. It felt like breaching the surface after diving too deep. My pulse shot through my body like an automatic rifle. I was shaking and my eyes teared up. To call it disorienting would be an understatement. I was still in the office, but it was night. I arrived at 10 in the morning, but now it was close to midnight. Jane was gone. Jeremy too. My pockets were empty. I called out, but there was no response. I was alone. I opened the office door and stepped out to the parking lot, only to realize I was, actually, far from alone. There was Jeremy. His eyes were wide open and seemed larger than usual. The pupils were of different sizes. His mouth was open, like a panting dog, revealing a tongue long enough to reach his belly button. He was completely naked and covered in deep, bloodless cuts. He stood in the middle of the parking lot under the single working light post. He seemed taller, like stretched, soft plastic. We locked eyes. His mouth curled into a smile, never blinking, never closing his eyes. And now, he was sprinting towards me with complete abandon. Naked feet slapped against the concrete. He almost tripped as he stumbled across the curb. I slammed the door shut. Jeremy's entire body weight slammed against the door with a deep splat. The door buckled, but held. Jeremy was screaming. It was a pained, primal shriek, like someone being set on fire. All-enveloping pain, expressed in a rasping and dry voice. I hurried back into the office. One of the bookshelves looked loose, so with enough force, I'd be able to tip it. I had to try. The bookshelf itself wasn't heavy, but the over 100 books on psychology held it down. I summoned all my strength and tipped the whole thing in front of the door. I sat down, back on the bookshelf. I noticed I was screaming too, yelling at him to stop and leave me alone. It wasn't a conscious decision. It just happened. I was so disoriented, it seemed like time was standing still. As Jeremy broke through the door leading in from the parking lot, I braced myself. He flung himself against the office door, but the added weight of the bookshelf on myself was enough to keep it shut. "Stop!" I heard myself scream. "Please, just stop!" I scrambled to hold him back, cutting my thumb open on a splinter. I didn't even notice until my hand started slipping from my blood. As I stared across the room, I could see the full moon outside the office window. Slowly, a face appeared on the other side of the glass, stepping out of the dark. A woman I'd never seen before. Hairless, also with deep cuts across her skin. Eyes wide, pupils differently sized. Her mouth wide open, her long tongue pressed against the glass like a dying eel. "No," I heard myself sigh. "Please, just no." She nodded as her mouth turned into a sinister smile. Using her arms and face, she started to break herself against the glass. She didn't bleed from the cuts. I didn't know what to do until the glass shattered. I bolted to the left, through the side door to the hallway. I followed the corridor to the right as the office door broke behind me. Jeremy was through. I could hear the two of them panting as they chased me. I saw two options: get out through a window or lock myself in the bathroom. I refused to corner myself, so I chose the window. I smashed it with my elbow and climbed out, feeling cold fingers brush against my neck. It was cold outside and dark. I just ran, hearing the panting behind me. I followed a path into a pine forest, getting scratches from the trees across my face. It's nothing short of a miracle that I didn't trip. I paid no attention to my feet. As the ground turned upwards to a hill, I lost my breath. I knew this hill, and this couldn't be here. It was the same hill where I'd been chased into a tool shed as a kid. And there it was. There was nowhere else for me to go. They were faster, and I had to find cover. This was impossible. I'd done this once before, and now I was doing it again. I ran up the hill, flung the old wooden door open, and shut it behind me. The door had a side bolt, so I locked it. There were no windows, but the entire shed was flimsy at best. I cursed myself. This was just another dead end. For minutes, it was quiet. Maybe they hadn't followed me. Maybe they took a different path. I relaxed my breath, feeling blood return to my fingers and toes. Then they came. They smashed themselves against the door. They tore at the frail planks. The pained screams exploded and echoed across the hillside. I couldn't hear myself think. Desperate, I looked where to go next, but I was cornered. It can't end like this. It can't. It won't. Not like this. I cried. I pleaded. There were more of them now, at least 6. One of the planks on the left side broke off, and 5 arms reached for me. Pale arms with deep, bloodless cuts. The full moon reflected unblinking eyes and long, slithering tongues. Not like this. The slide bolt had lost 2 screws. It was a matter of seconds. No! I armed myself with a claw hammer as the door burst open. Jeremy was the first in, but I didn't get the chance to attack. 3 different arms grabbed me, disarmed me, and pushed me onto the floor. Cold, naked flesh pressed against me. Countless eager faces drooled with delight as teeth pierced my neck. And then I woke up. The clock showed 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. I was on the floor of Dr. Jane's office, curled up in a fetal position. There was a cold towel on my head, and Dr. Jane had calmly stroking my shoulder. My head was warm, and a great headache was subsiding. Jeremy was nowhere around. There we go, she whispered. You're fine. You're fine. I couldn't speak. I was shaking like a leaf. Jane helped me back up in the seat. That was the end of the treatment, she smiled. You're done. What was... I'd completely forgotten why I was there in the first place. Jane reached for something. Hold out your hands, she said. I did as she asked. A second later, a small white mouse was placed in my palms. The confused little things just sniffed me and stood on its hind legs. I didn't react. In my mind, I was about to be eaten alive just seconds ago. You seem to be cured, Jane smiled. Treatment successful. You can give him back now if you want. I wouldn't mind holding him for a bit. I really didn't. I wanted the little mouse to stay. It was a tiny comfort. A living creature I could feel meant me no harm. Good, nodded Jane. So, what happened? You were overexposed, said Jane, filling out some paperwork. An extreme stress reaction dampens all other reactions. I don't understand. Say you have an oven with 4 settings, she continued. 4 being the highest setting. That's where you were, with your fear of rats. Maximum power. Strength 4. She handed the paper over to me. It was her bill for the day. I changed your maximum setting to 10. Suddenly, 4 doesn't seem so bad. But how? She sat across from me and locked her eyes to mine. There was something dark in there, a hint of red. I'm very good at what I do. She took my hand and turned it over. That's when I noticed the cut along my thumb. I was allowed to keep the white mouse. I bought him a little cage, some toys, and plenty of food. When I got home that night, my wife couldn't believe her eyes. My girls named the mouse Kenny, and he was gently played with late into the night, much to our Yorkie's dismay. My wife called it a miracle, but I didn't know what to call it. My mind was still in a daze. I find myself thinking back to that day. It wasn't a dream or a vision. It was real. It had to be. Thumbs don't cut themselves on imaginary splinters. Sometimes I find myself staring into the mirror, seeing my pupils dilate into different sizes. Feels like my tongue has grown longer. Hell, my forehead seems to have a slight magnetic pull where Dr. Jane touched me. It's a very unusual kind of headache. There was also an incident just a few days ago where I cut my finger dicing potatoes. Not a drop of blood came out. I barely even felt it. I can't bring myself to go back to Dr. Jane. If there's even a slight chance she'll pull me back on that hill, I won't ever talk to her or see her again. I might have had the fear of rats scared out of me, but it's been replaced by this deep existential dread for what Dr. Jane could do to me if she wanted to. What has she done to me? And why can't I bleed? My Aunt Rachel practically raised me. After a lengthy battle with a terminal illness, she passed last year, leaving what little she had left after the hospital bills were paid. I was to take care of a cockatiel parrot, tugboat, and a collection of 50s cartoon-themed collective plates. Basically, the only two items that couldn't be easily sold at an auction. If you saw the plates, you'd see why. Downright creepy things. One in particular, a plate portraying a young cartoon girl feeding apples to a giant frog. It's like the whole thing was made by two different people. The girl looked positively Disney, while the frog was more, I don't know, uncomfortably realistic. It was such an odd item that there had to be a collector looking for it somewhere. I was sure of it. Yet for weeks, I couldn't find anyone even remotely interested. I posted pictures of the plate on pretty much every social media account I had, along with a few auction sites, but there were no takers. There were no markings or stamps indicating year or brand, unlike the other plates, and I was starting to think it was custom made. I couldn't stand looking at it, so I put it in a box in the garage. The others went up on a kitchen wall. My aunt would have wanted it that way. I live in a house not too far from the lake, on the outskirts of a small Minnesota town. There were a few houses in the nearby area, but I couldn't even hit the closest neighbor's yard with a rock if I tried. There's only a single street light that works outside, and that thing is flimsier than our summer weather. I rarely have any visitors, as this place can be a bit too out of the way, even for my friends to come by. I inherited this place from my mom, who passed away when I was younger. I'm one of the lucky house owners of my generation, but at what cost? My aunt's bird tugboat fit right in. It was easy for me to fix him in a big cage in one of the back rooms. When you're living in a place on your own like this, you have more space than you know what to do with. My aunt's funeral was simple. She insisted that she pay for it herself, so it had to be as basic and cheap as could be. She hated the thought of ever being a burden, and she practically begged me to take care of Tugboat. You don't say no to that, you just don't. Besides, that bird was damn near the only thing that kept me sane through the COVID pandemic. Having lived in an empty house, you learn to identify most sounds around the property. The hum of the fuse box, the buzzing kitchen lights, the noise from the fridge against the backdrop of a TV that's been on way too long without anyone watching. This was the only reason I ever really took notice that one night when this all started. I was turning on my electric toothbrush one night, only to notice it was completely silent. The motor was running, I felt the vibrations and I saw it spin. But there was no sound, not a peep. Yet, I could still hear the TV in the other room just fine. Over the next few days, there were several of these odd instances. Once, the egg timer went off but didn't make a sound, causing me to overboil my breakfast. I thought the ventilation was broken once, but it turned out to have just gone quiet. Hell, at one point, I dropped one of my aunt's collective plates. It shattered against the ceramic tiles, yet didn't make any noise. I was starting to think I was going deaf, but the two doctors I spoke to confirmed my hearing was just fine. Still, the mental image of seeing that falling plate and expecting a loud crash, only for it to remain silent, there was something eerie to it. A friend of mine, Patrick, works for the sheriff's department. We usually had lunch once a week to catch up, but the tradition teetered off during the pandemic. This time, I met him at the supermarket, but barely even noticed him. I had been having trouble sleeping and getting to work on time, as my alarm clock sometimes stayed silent for no apparent reason. My boss wasn't too happy, so I had to start using a vibration alarm. Patrick elbow bumped me by the fruit aisle, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Hey there," he said, grabbing a handful of oranges. "Are you doing okay?" "Yeah, sorry, didn't see you there." "These are crazy times," he said. "I heard about Rachel. I'm sorry I couldn't make the funeral." "That's okay," I nodded. "She never was much for men in uniform." Patrick laughed. We went our separate ways and finished our shopping, only to meet in the parking lot outside. We'd managed to park next to each other without even realizing it. He leaned over the hood of his car. "Hey, have you seen any strangers around?" "After this year, you all seem like strangers." "You know what I mean," he chuckled. "Strangers. Passers-by." "No, sorry. I don't get out much." "Some of your neighbors have had problems, you know. Be careful." "Problems?" He looked at me like a deer in headlights. "You don't know?" Apparently, there'd been reports of a thief. First they thought it was raccoons, as someone had gone through the trash cans. But raccoons don't try to pick locks. They also don't leave food behind, or human-sized handprints on the windows. Some people had reported seeing a woman with tangled hair roam about, but the police hadn't managed to find her. This is what made me start looking more closely at my own property. I had noticed the garbage can lid gone missing, but I hadn't given it much thought. Also, I could have sworn there were handprints on my car one dewy morning. I tried to tell myself that it was all paranoia, but after what Patrick said, it seemed that everything was a clue or a warning. In my mind, the strange woman was lurking behind every corner. I tried to put it out of my mind. One night, as I heard Tugboat sing his interpretation of Earth, Wind and Fire's September, I took an extra long shower. As I was scrubbing my hair clean, my head went quiet. I could feel the water touching my skin, but it made no sound. Through the door, I could still hear the birds sing his heart out. You'd be surprised how cold, warm water can feel when you've got ice in your veins. I rinsed off most of the shampoo and stepped out. There's a small, frosted glass window in my bathroom. The silhouette of a pale face was pressed against it. I screamed, but no sound came out. Tugboat kept singing in the other room, unaware. I grabbed my robe and ran into the kitchen to call Patrick, but I couldn't hear anyone pick up on the other end of the line. I couldn't hear my own words when I spoke. And there, just outside the kitchen window, was the silhouette of an intruder trying to find their way in. A pair of unevenly sized eyes stared at me, slightly too far apart. As our eyes met, she bolted, probably heading back for the door. I picked up my keychain. Tugboat stopped singing from the other room as he sensed something was wrong. As my hearing returned, I could hear the comforting sound of sharp metal from my kitchen knife as I pulled it from a drawer. My pulse was running away from me. It's one thing to think of a home invasion, but to live it violates every thought of privacy and safety you have. It was turning real, fast. There was a large sliding glass door leading out to the backyard, and I figured if there ever came an intruder, it'd be through there. The same room where Tugboat chirped away, but now he's gone quiet. I ran in there, still fresh out of the shower, my knife held in a cramped, forced grip. I almost convinced myself that I was ready to use it. There she was, just outside the door, pale with unkempt hair, eyes of different sizes, slightly too far apart, dressed in what looked like a hospital gown. She was malnourished and frail, but something told me she had the strength of a madwoman. Her eyes darted back and forth, searching for something. As they landed on me, she opened her wide mouth to scream. Not a sound came out. As her mouth grew to an unnatural size, I could feel vibrations in the air, like standing next to a concert loudspeaker. The sliding glass door shattered, the shards fanning out towards me. The knife in my hand started shaking, but I managed to hold it. She stepped inside, her bare feet smearing ribbons of blood on the hardwood floor. She was coming for me, a constant vibration from an unnatural scream tearing through my body. I had to try to call for help and sprinted back into the kitchen. The light bulbs burst overhead, turning the room black. Still, not a single noise. A stray light from the streets outside made its way through the kitchen window, making the room drip with long, pale shadows. My aunt's collective plates rattled on the wall. Glasses along the kitchen sink were cracking and breaking. Empty bottles spilled onto the floor. Cabinet doors shaking back and forth, opening seemingly at random. An old recipe book fell from a countertop, the pages flicking back and forth. I pressed myself against the kitchen window, fumbling to get it open. She'd cornered me. Her mouth was wide open in that impossible scream, her body vibrating with machine-like intensity. The tangled hair twisting and stretching as if thrown about in a storm of its own. Her uneven eyes searched for me, twitching like insects. And still, she didn't make a single sound. There were no humming fans, no buzzing electricity, only a soft breeze outside the window. I couldn't even hear my heartbeat. I managed to stumble out the kitchen window, stepping onto the sharp gravel path. I still held onto my knife like a comfort blanket. I didn't even bother to see if she followed me. I just ran. There was no time to get in the car. I ran into the woods, following a trail that would lead me to my neighbor. Soon, the rhythmic beat of my feet went quiet. My breath, too. I tried to scream for help, but the sound was swallowed. She was right behind me. Long nails reached for me, fingertips touching the edge of my robe. And all around me, nothing but tranquil nature, unbothered by my terror. I was knocked to the ground, scraping my legs against the undergrowth. I slashed with my knife, trying to fight her, as a dainty hand picked up my keys from the side pocket of my robe. I rolled away, only to see the mess of tangled hair walk away. Her uneven eyes gave me a last look as she turned her back to me. She looked like through me without a care in the world. I got to my neighbor. My dirty feet muddied their floor, and by the time the police came, it felt like a waking nightmare. I made my statement, showered for the second time that night, and slept at a nearby motel as the police cleared my house. The next day, I assessed the damage. The house had been searched thoroughly, but nothing was stolen. Not too much was broken either. Seems she was looking for something specific, not trying to steal any valuables. The police were just as dumbfounded as I was, and I didn't report anything stolen. My insurance company would need an explanation, though. It's hard to explain why it looked like the house had been hit by a tornado from the inside, without sounding insane. All the collective plates laid shattered on the floor. Poor Tugboat was so traumatized, he's since stopped singing. Going through the damages was heartbreaking, but it made me take notice of something peculiar. The garage had been searched as well. It was pretty much fine, though, at least compared to the house. Among my boxes, I noticed a single item missing. The creepy plate I'd put aside from my aunt. The only one I didn't want in the house. The one with the young cartoon girl feeding the giant frog. It was gone. I guess I found the single collector who wanted it. About a decade ago, I had a brain hemorrhage. It was the first day of my vacation, and my brother rushed me to the hospital. I went from completely without symptoms to brain dead within a couple of hours. Hadn't it been for my mother's unshaking and frankly misplaced faith, they would have pulled the plug on me. Instead, I was kept alive for 3 months. Then, I woke up. It was unceremonious at best. I waved at a nurse who calmly went to fetch a doctor. I fell in and out of consciousness, and in about an hour, I was sitting up on my own bed. I had about a dozen tests and several x-rays, but there was seemingly nothing wrong with me. A bit malnourished and lacking vitamins, but a few hearty meals later, and I was fine. Before my brother was even told about me waking up, I was already on my feet. A bit wobbly, but still. I heard the word miracle thrown around too many times to count. My mother was beside herself and it cemented her faith in an unhealthy place. She started giving most of her money to faith healers, spirit guides, and mega churches. I know I shouldn't complain. Her attitude might have stayed the hand of someone who in good faith were told to pull the plug, but I just hated seeing her get conned over and over. Still, to her, it all made sense. I had to find a new place to live, and I'd been replaced at my job. I moved in with my brother while I got back to my feet. I still didn't notice any side effects, and in many ways, I was healthier than ever. I stayed with my brother for 2 years before I got a nice job at a lumber mill outside of town and was able to get to my own place. And up until about a year and a half ago, everything was fine. Then, things started to feel weird. At first, I thought my old health problems were flaring back up. Every day on my commute to work, I was getting headaches, dizziness, and sudden bursts of neck pain. It got so bad that I started dreading the drive to and from work more than work itself. I went to a doctor, and the results were confusing. Turns out, I had a small growth in the back of my cranium. It had a strange shape, more mechanical than organic. It was metallic in nature, about the size of the palm of my hand. The doctor showed me an X-ray, describing it as a strange tattoo on the inside of my skull. My first thought was that it looked like a circuit board, but organic. The doctor had no idea what to do. It was such a large area that surgery would be severely life-threatening, and the blood work didn't show any elevated levels. If anything, whatever had grown in the back of my head was benign. I was given stronger pain medication and sent home. They suggested I started keeping a pain journal. For 8 months, my symptoms gradually got worse. I took my medication, but the relief was temporary. I put a lot of time and effort on my pain journal, trying my best to look for patterns. The only pattern I could find was my commute to work. Just as I got to work and just as I got home was by far the 2 worst times of the day. I started taking different routes, working from home and trying different strategies. To my surprise, some of it would work. Working from home was the best solution, but also taking a longer route. Step by step, I started narrowing in on the problem. It was the strangest thing. There's a deep tunnel that connects our town to I-94, and that stretch of land was causing me discomfort. It wasn't an immediate pain, but every time I avoided that tunnel, I'd feel a lot better afterwards. I decided to prove it once and for all. I stayed in the middle of that tunnel for about 15 minutes. My symptoms were wreaking havoc and growing worse. Pain, dizziness, loss of balance. That was only the start. It felt like I was being tased and every source of light became blinding. My stomach twisted and turned and I was about to lose consciousness. I heard a scream. I didn't even realize it was my own. I had to be taken out by ambulance. The reaction was almost identical to when I first collapsed from my hemorrhage all those years ago. My brother had almost crashed his car rushing to the hospital, and my mother almost had a heart attack. Luckily, I'd woken up by the time they got there. I wasn't even mad. I finally knew what was causing my pain. Over the coming weeks, I narrowed down the problem further. It was just that tunnel in particular. It was any kind of tunnel. But it wasn't just tunnels either, but staying long enough underground would cause a similar effect. I took care not to block out again, yet the symptoms were the same every time. I knew that whenever I started hearing screams, I had to get out. A crazy thought came to me. If staying underground was causing me pain, what would happen if I reached higher altitudes? So I took a flight to my college buddy over in New Hampshire. Halfway through the flight, I had to use the restroom. My head was feeling light and cold, like I had ice between my ears. I was getting different symptoms than usual. Vibrations in the base of my neck, uncontrollable eye movement, hyperventilation, drooling. I was a mess. I stayed in the bathroom for 30 minutes, then it all just stopped. As I stepped out, I felt amazing, better than I had in years. No pain, no stress, my body felt relaxed and limber, like I stepped out of a good massage. I only recently learned that during that time I spent in the bathroom, the flight controls and autopilot stopped working. There was also an issue with the in-flight movie, which was picking up massive amounts of static noise. I had no idea. During my time in New Hampshire, I felt like a new person. I'd get these different symptoms every time I spent time on elevated ground. A high hill, a tall building, anything. Vibrations, hyperventilation, eye movement, all of it. It came rushing back to me, and I'd feel amazing afterwards. Hell, I was losing weight and gaining muscle without even trying. I felt several years younger and could function with no more than 3 hours of sleep. After 2 weeks, I was longing for the flight back home. I wanted to get back up in the clouds and feel that euphoria again. I was getting attuned to it. I'd get giddy thinking about it, and people were starting to notice my new positivity. I was at one point just asked whether I started taking drugs. The second flight was almost a disaster. I stayed in the bathroom for 45 minutes, and during that time, the plane was almost falling out of the sky. The flight controls and autopilot were going berserk, and every instrument was showing the same crazy set of numbers over and over. I'll never forget it. 02, 12, 01, 13, 05, 12, 05, 19, 19. I know this for one simple reason. The same was happening to me. I'd hear bursts of screeches and beeps, the same pattern over and over. After 45 minutes, a flight attendant burst through the door. They laid me down and poured cold water over me. I had an inhumane fever, and my skin was turning red. They had to put a blanket in my mouth to keep me from biting off my own tongue. One flight attendant told me, after we landed, that my eyes were bulging to the point where they thought they'd pop out. In my head, I'd hear the same sequence of beeps and screeches over and over. Somewhere in the back of my mind, there was a voice. A woman calling to me. The last thing I remember from that flight was looking out through a window, seeing the cumulus clouds over New Hampshire. I could have sworn something out there blinked at me. They had to make an emergency landing, and I was examined at the gate. I'd lost consciousness, but I was regaining it quickly. One of the flight attendants stayed a while to talk to me, while the paramedics made sure I was okay. They were also cordial, but this is also where something started to go very wrong. I couldn't see their faces anymore. It was all just a blur. Swirls of skin with fat splotches of black and white. Their voices would distort, like I was hearing them underwater. I'd see the spots where their eyes should be, floating around their liquid head, their mouths opening and closing seemingly at random, like a trout out of focus. I was scared out of my mind, and they had to give me a powerful tranquilizer. I dreamt about clouds. Clouds with eyes. My mum and brother came to see me in the hospital. They tried to comfort and to support me, but I couldn't stop looking at their faces. I was scared they might get blurry and start moving around. At one point, I heard their voices distort, and I felt my heart race. A team of nurses had to race in, and no one could see me for another 6 hours. I woke up in the middle of the night. My mum was still sitting next to my bed, holding my hand. Her face was gone, and her voice changed pitch seemingly at random. The swirling mess of features focused on me. My heart was skipping beats to the same repeated pattern I could hear in my head. It made me think of the same numbers I'd imagined back on the plane. "You should be thankful," the voice murmured. "You should be so thankful." "For what, Mom?" "I asked him to come save you, and he did." "He saved you, love." "Who? Who saved me?" She leaned over to whisper. I could hear crackling, like teeth mashing together. A slithering sound, like a dry tongue dragged across a rough surface. "The man from the computer. He told me he'd save you." "What man? Who are you talking about?" "The hatchet man." The words were cold. I leaned back, taking a closer look at my mom. Without her usual voice, it was like talking to a stranger. In the dark, I barely recognized her. She had unusual clothes, but it was her shoes that made me take notice. Those were sneakers, far too large for her feet. Like a bolt of lightning, the swirling face disappeared. It was like pulling back a curtain from my mind. A stranger was sitting in front of me, A complete stranger. A man, early 40s or late 30s. Rugged with a wild beard, a hoodie, and completely black eyes. It was hard to tell if they were extremely large pupils or just solid black. The man stood up, pulled out some sort of cable from my arm, and snapped his finger. Every single electronic item in the room fell silent. I tried screaming for help, but he just snapped his fingers again. My mind is cramped. Testing, he said in a low, rumbling voice. Testing. His eyes flashed yellow, and I couldn't breathe. I counted 10 excruciating seconds before my throat opened up. The stranger leaned over me, his fingers ready to snap. Without the hatchet, man, you'd still be brain dead, you ungrateful shit. Now stay fucking still. I was frozen. I felt that my pulse wanted to race, but something was holding me back. Something was controlling my bodily functions. The stranger reinserted a needle into my arm and held up an otherworldly black handheld device. There was a series of beeps, the same pattern. Then it was done. He took out the needle and headed for the door. What is this? Nothing, he smiled. Just a hotfix. He snapped his fingers again, and the world went dark. I've since talked to my mother about this. She believes I dreamt the whole thing, but she was surprised that I found out about her donation to the Hatchet Man. Apparently, that was the username that showed up on a donation to the Church of the 13 Chisels. Mama tried everything, but it was after that donation that I had just woken up. She considers herself part of their flock and a follower nowadays. Of course, there's no such thing as the Church of the 13 Chisels. They send out a monthly email that's just a copy-pasted version of an email from a televangelist with some names switched around. The physical address is fake, and every single picture on their website is just copied pictures from other churches with photoshopped faces. The entire thing is a scam, a shell. Still, here I am. Ever since that night, I've been a lot more stable. I can go through tunnels without feeling bad, but I also don't feel different while flying. There are no swirling faces, distorted voices, or odd sequences in the back of my head. Still, I've been to the doctor, and the organic metal growth in the back of my head remains. It just seems to be a bit more passive. A strangeness. Maybe it was just fixed. I don't know if I should be worried. I don't know what this means, and I don't know where to look for answers. Do you guys have any theories? I think the growth saved my life, but I'm not sure what to expect. This must have happened for a reason. I don't feel like I'm doing anything involuntarily, and I don't feel like something is affecting me. But maybe it will. Someday. Don't try to pull them out, my dad said. Don't jerk the line, just hold it steady and real. Keep the pressure up. Every year, in mid-May, we all went down to fish the bodies out of Salston Lake. There were at least 24 of us. Fishermen, hiking enthusiasts, local hunters, all kinds of outdoorsmen. Some even brought their families. Over the past 50 years, it's just become this thing that the locals do. It was horrific, but in another way, it was just business as usual. I was 14 when my dad first brought me along. There were at least 40 bodies that year. At most, there'd been twice as many, and one year there were only 4 of them. But they always came in mid-May. That much was for sure. There was no pattern to it. Some were old, some young. Some clothed, some naked. They all emerged from the bottom of the lake, their pale backs breaking the surface tension as they floated up. Always face down, eyes open, mouth closed. There were so many bodies, you could probably run on their backs from one side of the lake to the other if you were crazy enough. The first body I ever pulled up was a pot-bellied man in his early 30s. He was balding and had a rough beard. He still had his glasses on. As I pulled him closer to shore, my dad brought out this homemade ice pick looking tool and smashed it in the back of the corpse, dragging it out like the lake like a weight fish. Gotta hook him right under the collarbone, he said. That spot doesn't go soft as quickly. Dad struggled to get the body out of the water. He almost slipped on the wet rocks, with the body fully visible. The green algae stood out like veins on the pallid skin. He still has his glasses, I pointed out. Hey, look at that, Dad chuckled. Never seen that before. Dad took off the glasses and handed them to me. Square and thick with a powerful frame, and yet I couldn't take my eyes off the dead brown eyes of our catch. Keep 'em, Dad said, handing me the glasses. Did you ever catch a live one? I asked. Never, Dad said. They're all drowned long before they got here. Shouldn't you call the police? You mean Officer Ken? He's right over there, kid. Hey, Ken. He waved at a man eating a hot dog 2 fishing spots to our left. The man waved back, putting down a bottle of mustard. Hey now, my dad smiled. This looks scary. I get it, but it's just the way things are. We get rid of them, and that's that. Then we don't have to think about it for a whole year. But where do they come from? Where? Hey, my dad interrupted, leaning down in front of me. Listen to me. No one knows them, and no one misses them. They just show up. There's no missing persons report. There's no one that comes looking. These aren't real people. They look real, Dad, I said. Really real. But they're not, son, my dad insisted. They're not people. I spent at least 10 minutes just staring at the pot-bellied man. He had this neutral expression, like someone you might see passing you on the street. Not busy, not angry, not happy. Just some guy looking at me like I was standing in front of him in a line at the supermarket. There he was, lying flat on the cold rock, his dead face staring at me. How could he not be a real person? One by one, they were all pulled out of the water. Some were still floating up from the bottom. I saw Officer Ken pull out his 3rd body and drop it into a pile. The Nicky sisters already had 6, but they kind of cheated. They had 2 bodies floating near enough for them to pull up without having to reel them in. Roy pulled up the body of a naked young woman and got a stern look from his fiancée. Once most of the bodies were reeled in, we brought in a fishing boat. It trawled the lake for a few more hours just to make sure we got them all. Meanwhile, the bodies were prepared for transport. The smaller ones, mostly kids and teens, were just bundled into bags, while larger ones were cut up. Dad showed me how to do it. All along the edge of the lake, the waters ran red. Not much, but a little. The bodies didn't bleed much. It didn't even seem like violence. There was no screaming for help, no one begging for mercy. It was all just meat, brought up from the bottom of Solston Lake. If this was all there was to death, it seemed almost peaceful. Ugly, but peaceful. Kinda takes the mystery out of it. I didn't get to see what happened to them afterwards. Dad told me they were all dumped at an undisclosed location, secret to all but a select few. Same procedure as last year, Miss Sophie. I live in Alderland, just northeast of Aurora Falls. When I went to school in Aurora, most of my days were spent right here with my mom, dad, and 3 brothers. I'm the oldest, and while my brothers dreamed about traveling the world, all I wanted was to go to prom with Danielle Jakabowicz and get tickets for the Lions Thanksgiving game. In the end, we all got what we wanted. 2 of my brothers went on to study at MSU, and 1 went all the way to Stockholm. And for me, well, that prom date with Danielle turned into a steady relationship. And by the time we stepped into our house, we were engaged to be married. I didn't get to see the Lions game, though. Every year, I help my dad down at Solston Lake. We aren't excited by it, but there's a special community feeling to seeing everyone pull together in a time of need. Every year there'd be a few new people too. Dad always taught me how we needed to make sure they felt welcome, and to normalize what we were doing. We couldn't have people spreading this willy-nilly. There had to be a level of trust involved. At the very least, they shouldn't have any proof. No phones, no cameras, and no one but the most select few knew where the bodies were dumped. This is the way it's been for years. I'm reaching my mid-30s now, and I have a kid of my own, Henry. Thankfully, Danielle and I decided to keep him out of this. He's always had his ambitions set on leaving, and we didn't want to burden him with this absurd ritual. Because let's face it, this ain't normal. I know. Last year, things changed. It was just after dinner, and as I was putting away the dishes, Danielle came over to me, holding out her phone. Give me a sec, I said, just finishing up. No, she said. Now. I dried my hands and studied her expression. She was terrified. I hadn't seen her like that for years. I saw the tremble in her fingers. I took the phone. Yeah, I asked. Is it time, Ken? They're alive. My heart jumped up in my throat. Danielle met my eyes, sharing the urgency. They're what? You fucking heard me, said Officer Ken. We need everyone, now. What do we do? What do I bring? Rifles, ammo, maybe a Bible. There were more cars than usual down at Solston Lake. There were floodlights put up along the lakeside, and I could hear gunshots going off in the woods. The Nicky sisters were handing out reflective vests, and there were entire crates of military flashlights cracked open. The preppers were coming out, it seemed. Fishing equipment was sticking out of every car on the road, sitting unused. I didn't have a rifle, but I brought a handgun. It wasn't much, but I wasn't prepared. Hell, I had to keep it in my belt. Couldn't find the holster. As I put on the reflective vest, I saw Officer Ken waving people over. My dad had been sitting this trip out for a few years on account of his bad knees, but Officer Ken was as active as ever. That night, however, he was angry. This wasn't hot dog eating Ken, this was trying not to curse Ken. There's at least 20 people, he said. Most ran straight for the woods. Some tried to hide. Beth, who co-ran the downtown bakery, just looked at the rest of us. Throwing out her arms, I could see she hadn't brought a gun. So who are they, she asked. Shouldn't we talk to them? They attacked the Smalley family, said Officer Ken. Pulled the 3 of them into the lake. Drowned them. There was a collective gasp. Beth started crying as she held a hand up to her mouth. These things are dangerous, said Ken. We're not taking any chances. Shoot to kill. One of the Nicky sisters offered Beth a handgun, which she reluctantly accepted. Any questions? So many, but none that Officer Ken could answer. We were spread out in a fan formation along the east side of the river. If anyone heard or saw anything, they were supposed to check in. For every shot fired, all who heard it had to stop and make a check call. This was a calculated seek and destroy. By the time we got started, the others had gotten at least a dozen of them. The bodies didn't look that different from what we were used to. Pale, neutral, covered in algae. Well, maybe they bled a bit more. About an hour into the search, we heard our first shot. Tony Patterson, who built sheds for a living, shot a young man twice in the neck. There was no yelp of pain, no screech, nothing. Just 2 loud bangs, a check call, and another body for the pile. The forest was getting dark. It's really dark. The can barely see your own hands kind of dark. Without the flashlight I'd strapped to my shoulder, I'd been helpless. We stopped about 15 minutes later when another shot went off. We heard someone call out a false alarm, and the check call went out. I responded and waited for the search to resume. Wait, a voice whispered. I spun around, gun first. He was young, early 20s at most. I'd never seen this kid before, but somehow he reminded me of Henry. There was an innocence to him. He was hiding in the bushes, wearing only a pair of sweatpants. He'd been cut up pretty bad by the undergrowth, and his feet were bloody. He was panting heavily, and his eyes were wide with fear. He barely blinked. He tried to talk, but the words got caught in his shivers. This was nothing like the pot-bellied man I'd pulled out of the lake all those years ago. This was a living, breathing person. A young man. A boy, even. I started calling out reflexively. The kid held up his arms to shield himself, an act so human it made my heart ache. I was the aggressor. This wasn't a killer. I heard the others stop. I tried to force myself to squeeze the trigger, only to feel the safety was still on. I couldn't make myself turn it off. The kid was shivering, covering his face. I sprained my foot, I called out. You all mind if I head back? You okay? Someone called back. Yeah, I'll just meet you back at the camp. I put my gun away and reached out to help. The kid grasped my arm clumsily and pulled himself up. He was ice cold, with black sores along his forearms. Some sort of necrosis, I suspected. Can you walk? I whispered. Yeah, he nodded. Thanks. I needed some answers, I said. Is that clear? Oh, of course, yeah, he insisted. You got a car? Take the path to the left, keep straight for a few minutes until you reach the road. I'll pick you up. Hurry. I felt bad leaving him like that, but I had no idea what I was doing at this point. I was winging it, hoping for the best. On the way back to my car, I faked a limp. Officer Ken wished me the best, thanking me for coming out. I felt awful tricking all these people who trusted me, but I couldn't imagine that kid having anything to do with the death of the Smalley family. There were 20 people crawling out of that lake. They couldn't all be bad. Some had to be decent, and some of them had to have an idea what was going on. We had to use this. We had to start asking questions. I got to my car, pulled around, and took the long way back. When I got to the path I'd pointed out, the kid was nowhere to be seen. As I got out of my car and turned the safety off, my first thought was that he made a run for it. And still, in his condition, I couldn't imagine how he'd do that. It took me a few minutes to notice him unconscious, just a few feet down the path. If I hadn't checked, I'd have mistaken him for dead. I brought him back into the seat, covered him with a blanket. I did my best to hide him, as I'd have to go by a few of the others on my way back. Pulling the car around, I noticed I wasn't alone on the road. There were 3 people blocking my path, 2 middle-aged men and a young woman. The woman held a long shard of glass like a knife, dug into the palm of her skin. Their eyes were black, and their pale skin almost shone in the dark. Their dark veins made them look like marble, shivering statues, and still, not a word, not a sound. I locked the doors and stepped on the gas. As the lock clicked, they started running for me. They were relentless, throwing themselves at the car. One of the middle-aged men got caught under the front tyre, nearly making me career off the road as his chest buckled inwards. The older man smacked against the hood and was thrown into a ditch. I couldn't see what happened to the young woman. I threw myself on the brake. The moment after the impact, I just sat there staring into the woods. I'd nearly driven off the road, and my heart was trying to jump out of my chest with every breath. I saw one body lying still on the road. Another body, broken and battered, lay slowly dying in a nearby ditch. But the young woman was nowhere to be seen. I looked back at my passenger, who was still unconscious in the back seat. Checking every mirror, I still couldn't see anything. I cursed myself and got out of the car, handgun raised and ready. "Who are you?" I yelled. "What the fuck do you want from me?" The left headlight was broken, and the right one was blood-stained, casting a pinkish light onto the pine forest. It wasn't much. I forgot to bring the flashlight from camp. I slowly started rotating, looking all around, but it made me feel dizzy. I felt so weak, vulnerable. I double-checked to see that the safety was off. Then, I saw her. She was in her early 20s, wearing a sort of black metal t-shirt and tight-fitted jeans. I couldn't even read what it said. She had this short blonde hair and little wounds all over her face. Thinking back on it now, I'm sure she once had piercings. Maybe they were ripped out. "Just stop," I said. "Stop and just... As I struggled to find the words, she leapt. It wasn't just a jump. I've seen people jump, but that was no jump. Instead, she just took off vertically, at least 7 feet into the air. It looked so effortless, like snapping your fingers. My brain didn't even have time to register what happened. It wasn't in my repertoire of things a person was able to do. It'd be like a dog suddenly talking to you, or the sun turning blue. As she descended on me, I could hear a sound. She opened her mouth, letting the air pass through her head like a funnel. As she was about to tackle me, I heard her inhale. It was this awful whistling noise, like an inverse scream. I could see every tooth in her mouth as her lips curled back, revealing a black tongue. As she fell on top of me, I was knocked to the ground. Her makeshift glass shiv cut my left arm, but I barely even noticed it. My body felt disconnected from me. She tried to grasp me, but I threw her off. Instead, I got back up on my feet. She rolled past me and leapt back into the sky. I knew that whistling noise would come back down on me in a moment. This time, I acted on instinct. I pulled the trigger over and over and over, and as her body came crashing down, she was already dead. Face down, 4 exit wounds, a big splat on the dirt road. Her face was back to neutral, like the pot-bellied man all those years ago. As I looked at her, I was still pulling the trigger. The empty gun kept clicking rhythmically, like a metronome. The others came to check on me. They bandaged up my arm, and I celebrated loudly. 3 kills! I was tied in first place with the Andersons. As I was sent home, they made sure to make me promise to have Danielle give me a few stitches. She'd done it before. The only thing I regret as I took off was forgetting my limp. No one said anything, but I'm sure Officer Ken took notice. He kept looking at my leg. On the drive back home, I noticed something moving in the rearview mirror. As my passenger was steering, I stepped on the brake, turning around with my hand on my gun. I completely forgot it was empty. It just felt good to have it there. The kid just sat there, barely conscious. He wasn't even looking at me. You got any water? He coughed. Sure. It took me a few seconds to relax. I had a bottle in the glove compartment. Having shaken my car so much back and forth, my glove compartment just spilled out a bunch of trash. Registries, licenses, insurance papers, a few tools, even a CD or two. This car didn't even have a CD player. I handed my passenger the bottle as I started cleaning up the debris. Finally, it was a pair of glasses. It took me a while to catch on, but there was no mistaking it. These were the same glasses I'd gotten from the pot-bellied man. Strong frame, square, thick glass. I'd probably brought them along once and just forgotten about them. As my passenger downed the entire water bottle, he took notice of me staring at the old pair of glasses. Sharing my interest, he tilted his head to the side. Those kind of look like my dad's, he wheezed. Where'd you get them? I didn't answer him. I just kept going straight, pretending not to pay too much attention to him. But in my heart, I could feel that flutter, that doubt. Just a pair of glasses, I said. But you don't wear glasses, the young man in the backseat said, and those look like my dad's. We'll talk about it later. I prayed to God that Daniel would understand. He was barely an adult after all, and he was hypothermic. He wasn't going to survive the night. Then again, one could make the argument that he wasn't supposed to be alive at all. Most people didn't start their day crawling out of a lake. When I pulled up the driveway, Danielle was already waiting for me. She must have been worried sick. Maybe she'd heard about what happened to the Smalley family. I glanced at my strange passenger, asked him to wait, and stepped out. Danielle didn't know where to start. Her worries boiled over into a long hug. They called me, she said. You cut your arm? It's fine, but I brought someone, I said. He needs help. Danielle didn't like the look of him. The kid just sat there staring at us. Hadn't it been for his constant shivers, he would have looked downright menacing. We brought him in. Danielle wrapped him in blankets and gave him some of my spare clothes. He got plenty of fluids and fresh fruit. I suggested a warm bath, but Danielle just laughed. Apparently warming someone who's hypothermic can kill them. Who knew? As we put him in the guest room for the night, Danielle sat me down in the kitchen to stitch my arm. She could barely keep her eyes open. This wasn't supposed to be dangerous, she said. We can't just walk away. She tapped a finger next to my wound and shook her head. If this had cut your throat, you'd be dead. We're not doing this again. And that's that. That's that. She wrapped up my arm in a bandage and leaned her head against my chin. I could feel my wound pulsing with blood and warmth. I don't know if I want to know, she continued. But he's one of them, isn't he? Yeah, I nodded. I know. I get it. But he could be dangerous. We don't even know his name. It's Robert. Danielle and I turned. There he was, Robert, wrapped in blankets and leaning against the wall. He could barely stand, but he'd been listening. I'm not dangerous. While he seemed honest, his eyes told a different story. It's hard to trust someone with eyes that reflect in the dark like a cat. How hadn't I noticed that before? The following morning, my son Henry ran off to play with a friend before we got the time to introduce him to Robert. Danielle brought our guest some eggs and toast, which he chowed down eagerly. By all accounts, he just seemed like a young man who'd been through a desperate trauma. After Danielle cleaned my wounds, I went to have a serious conversation with our guest. It took me 10 minutes before I found him outside in the car. He sat in the passenger seat, thumbing the pair of glasses I'd found. The same pair of glasses I'd found on a pot-bellied corpse as a kid, all those years ago. I sat down next to Rob, not meeting his gaze. He's dead, isn't he? He asked. They usually are, I nodded. This year was the first time you weren't. Robert examined the glasses closely. I thought he left us, he sighed. Just walked out. Did you walk out? I can't remember. I leaned back in my seat, putting my hands on the steering wheel. Do you know how you got here? I asked. There was a river, said Robert. There were people. Masked people. They tried to drown me. Good thing they didn't. No, I think they did, said Robert. I think I died. We just sat there for a while. I observed Robert, trying to put into words what exactly made him so uncomfortable to look at. I realized it wasn't just one big thing. It was several little things. For one, he barely blinked. When he did, he didn't do it simultaneously. He blinked one eye at a time out of sync. His breathing was shallow, uneven, and with an uncomfortable rattle. It was like listening to someone in a deep sleep, only with them randomly stopping every now and then. I also noticed that he was leaving a lot of hair behind, and he had a bald spot just above his left ear. I can't stay here, Robert said. I don't belong. I know that. None of this is right, I said. We don't even know what's going on, and we're already killing each other. I think it's because, people forget, Robert said. You forgot that we used to be people, and we kind of forgot, the same. That we're people. You didn't forget, though, I noted. What makes you different? I got taken just a few days ago. I still remember some of it. He just stared ahead, then looked back at the pair of glasses. He gently put them down on the dashboard. What about you? He asked. Why didn't you kill me? I picked up the glasses and put them back in the glove compartment. It snapped shut with a satisfying click. I don't know, Robert, I shrugged. I guess I haven't forgotten that you're still a person. As I leaned back in my seat, I got a stark reminder of the pain in my shoulder. They might still be people in one way or another, but there was nothing natural about them. No matter what, Robert was right. They didn't belong. We took a drive to a nearby supermarket. Robert looked a bit goofy wearing my leftover clothes, but if you didn't look too closely, he could pass for a slacker. We split up as I picked up a few groceries. When I circled back to Robert, I saw him drinking a bottle of mineral water straight from the cooler. He was on his third bottle when I snapped him out of it with a light touch on his shoulder. He looked at me, surprised, as if he'd completely zoned out. I waved at Lucy as the counter, as if to reassure her that I didn't pay for it. I got it, I said. Go ahead and drink. Thanks, sighed Robert. I don't know why, I don't sweat it. As I paid for it, he was already cracking open a fourth one. I went ahead and paid Lucy for 6. As we left, my heart skipped a beat. There was a patrol vehicle outside, and that could only mean one thing. Officer Ken. He was already suspicious after he noticed me faking that limp the other day. He was eyeing my car and taking mental notes, so I turned back inside the store. I pulled Robert in with me. He'll kill you, I said. That's all there is to it. He won't hesitate. Do you understand? Robert nodded. There's a second exit by the bathrooms. Use it and meet me out back. Stay hidden. Not stopping to check if Robert understood, I stepped out to meet Officer Ken. Now, Ken isn't a large man. He's sort of short and stocky, if anything, but he has this intense look about him. Everything he does with purpose, and you can tell when he's losing his temper. As I stepped out of the store, he waved me over. I waved back. "You right, Ken?" I asked. "How's the arm?" he asked back. "Doing fine, officer. Got it stitched." "Daniel's a treasure, that's for sure. You're a lucky man." "Counting my blessings." We walked past each other when I heard him stop and turn. I could feel his eyes digging into me. "You did good," he said, "getting 3 of them. If only we'd got there sooner. For the smallies." "Yeah," agreed Ken. "For the smallies." I watched him walk off into the supermarket. It was only a matter of time before he would find himself talking with Lucy, and he'd hear all about my strange youthful passenger, the one caught chugging mineral water by the coolers. It was getting increasingly obvious that my time with Robert was on a strict deadline, and that I'd have to find a way for him to return. But to what? And where? I pulled the car around back and picked up Robert without even slowing down. He was on his 5th bottle of mineral water by then. The skin on his arms were flaking, leaving little white dots all over the seat. "They'll be looking for you," I added. "You can't stay with us." Where do I go? What do I don't know," I shouted. "Usually, you're all just dead. We drop you off dead and that's that." "Drop us off?" I pulled over on a side road, screeching to a halt. I was getting worked up. Honestly, I was getting scared. There was no telling what Ken would do if he felt betrayed. "We put you in a pile," I sighed, "in trash bags. Then you dropped off." "That's it?" he laughed. "That's what you do with us?" "Yeah, No, wait, so you don't call anyone? You don't look for our families?" "No one's looking for you, Robert," I snapped back. "There's nothing out there. It's like you don't exist. How can I even tell if you're really a person?" "I'm right here," he yelled. "Look at me. I'm right here. I'm looking, and His eyes were all wrong. The pupils were dilating, changing shape, moving like chunks in a lava lamp. His shiver had completely stopped, along with his breathing. He was still, like a statue, his eyes the only thing moving. For a brief moment, I was starkly reminded that I was alone in a car with an anomaly. Someone who shouldn't be here. I found myself holding my breath. He might be upset, but he could just as well pounce on me and tear my throat out. There was no way to tell. "I'm looking," I whispered. "What do you see?" he asked with a rattling throat. I don't have the slightest idea." Robert leaned back in his seat and blinked rapidly. His eyes and breathing returned to normal, and I could feel the tension easing off. He looked at me, almost apologetically, then back at the road ahead. "I want to see them," he said. "The rest of them." "I don't know where they are," I sighed. "Just a few people know." "Please," he said. "I feel like it's important for me to be with, the others. I don't know what to tell you. Please." I gripped the steering wheel and bit my lip. Maybe this was for the best. Also, I still had my loaded handgun locked away in the trunk. It wasn't too hard to figure out where they'd taken the bodies. There'd been too many to be carried on foot, so they had to use a heavier vehicle. The only one who had anything remotely resembling a truck was the O'Donnells. They had a tractor. I took Robert back up the trail. It didn't take us long to find the heavy tracks of a tractor leading up into the hills. As the tracks muddied up the road and the hill was steeper than anticipated, we had to get out and walk. Robert finished his 6th and final bottle of mineral water. I brought the gun and a flashlight. It took us the better part of an hour to follow the track to its end. As the hill turned into a cliff, we could see the remainder of an old mine shaft, mostly overgrown. The tracks stopped there. There was no one here, but plenty of footsteps leading deep into the earth. There'd been several people here. "In here?" Robert asked. "You just drop them off like garbage?" "It's the only place nearby where people don't come to ask too many questions," I said. "It's not pretty." "But we're people," he scoffed. "You don't even bury us. You didn't bury Dad. Look, you've been dead. And we're not. We had to do something. But why here? Why a dusty fucking mine in the middle of nowhere? I don't know," I admitted. We just looked at each other. One of Robert's eyes was acting up again, and his breathing had slowed to a stop. I felt suddenly aware of the weight of my handgun. I don't even know why you wanted to come here, Robert, I continued. Nothing good can come of this. I need to see them. There was no arguing with him. I turned on the flashlight and headed inside. I was expecting an ungodly stink, but there was nothing but a faint whiff of salt, chalk, and stale water. Robert walked ahead of me. 30 feet in, it was darker than night. Further in, I could hear a whistling wind from below. Robert kept up just walking, his eyes reflecting my flashlight. The tunnel opened up into a larger cave up ahead. This was where they dumped the bodies. We stepped out on a small plateau, about 6 feet above floor level. The entire room, almost as wide as a basketball court, was filled with trash bags. Right near the plateau, there were enough of them to make a ramp. It struck me just how many people must have been dumped here over the years. The room stretched into adjacent tunnels, also filled with trash bags. There was a side tunnel connected to the plateau that stretched further in. Robert just stopped and stared. I tried to find the right words. There was no point. There must have been hundreds of dead just in that room. Still, there was no smell. Why was there no smell? Robert and I moved into the adjacent chamber. It was a bit smaller, but a lot deeper. There was a rickety old ladder leading into a chamber below, at least 12 feet down. In the corner, the floor had collapsed, leading into a natural cave structure. Give me the flashlight, Robert said. I have to see what's down there. It's just more bodies, I said. That's all you'll find there. Bodies. No, there's... I have to. Robert, please, I insisted. Nothing good can come of this. They were all like me. Robert turned to me, his eyes reflecting the light like a kaleidoscope. I could have sworn his mouth looked longer, like a snake unhinging its jaw. They're all like me. All like me. He approached me, pointing at me. I backed away, getting ready to turn and run. Like me. All like me. All like... He stopped, and his look turned downwards. He noticed my hand, resting on my handgun. I hadn't even noticed that I grabbed it. It wasn't a conscious decision. I ran. He was too fast. He'd grabbed the gun out of my hand before I'd get the chance to fire. He was faster than me, but I had a head start. It was only a fraction of a second. All like me. All like me, he screamed desperately. It's difficult to describe what running for your life really feels like. When you feel how weak your body really is and how badly prepared you are. I felt my breath slip away as my face grew redder and redder, my legs buckling underneath. All it would take was a misplaced rock and I'd fall flat. Like me! All like me! I felt something brush against my back. I stopped sharply and braced myself for a tackle. As Robert slammed into me, we both fell over. I felt his hands reach for the gun. It was only now that I noticed I was gasping for air. Robert, please. They were all... He clawed at me. The colour had run out of his face and his eyes had turned a solid black. I could see every tooth of his mouth. Like... He scrambled up to his knees and came at me, arms outstretched. Lying down, I spun around, handgun facing him. This time, I remembered to turn off the safety, but was it loaded? Me! The shot went off, a physical reverb bouncing along the walls. I'd remembered to reload after the other night, thank God. It hit him square in the chest, tearing open a hole in my spare shirt. For a second, he just coughed and looked down at his wound, only to immediately charge me a second time. I fired 2 more rounds. Just stop, I yelled. Control yourself, goddammit. I got back up. He just sat there, leaning against the wall. Like me, he wheezed. All like me. You don't know what you... There was a second voice. And somewhere deep in the caves, a third. Like me, it whispered. And me. A fourth. A fifth. Dozens of eyes reflecting my flashlight as I backed away towards the entrance. And while Robert was growing increasingly still, There was movement deep in the cave, stirring. I turned and sprinted, gathering what little strength I had left. Back out in the light of day, I looked back at the mine shaft one last time. This was no mere dumping ground. There were things down there. I was not okay. I tripped backwards, landing flat on the wet dirt path. I just couldn't take my eyes off mine. I saw the reflecting eyes even now. If I listened and the wind turned the other way, I could hear them. Like me. All like me. I must have sat there for at least 20 minutes. I can't remember at what point they turned back, but it didn't matter. I'd never been that scared in my life, and my body was still trying to figure out how to think straight. This had been all kinds of fucked up, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. This is where we dropped the bodies, year after year, and somehow they were waking up. Or had they been awake all along? It didn't make any sense. It never did. I heard someone clear their throat. I was up on my feet in the blink of an eye, ready to raise my handgun. I was covered in dirt, most of which had dried. I blinked away a drop of sweat, trying to focus. Heard you had a passenger. Officer Ken, I should have known. He'd heard about me and Robert down at the supermarket and called my bluff. How did you know? Molly O'Donnell saw your car parked nearby. Give me a call. I put two and two together. Of course. The O'Donnells practically lived on their feet. With 8 St. Bernards, they got out a lot. Do you mind putting down the gun? Officer Ken asked. I hadn't even noticed it was up. We sat down on a large boulder overlooking the entrance to the old mine shaft. Ken was quiet. He could tell I'd seen something. Maybe what I'd seen was punishment enough for keeping him in the dark. I don't know what to think anymore. The bodies. I've always been there, Ken, but I don't know how to deal with this. I don't even know what this is. I've heard all kinds of stories over the years, nodded Ken. Most of it from drunks who try to get nasty images out of their heads, one bottle at a time. But some of those stories, well, they stick with you. So what's that then? I said, pointing at mine. What's in there, really? My dad told me our family have been doing this since the first Scandinavian settlers came here, Ken said. Down by the lake, they had a rockman during spring. When the stones around the lake kept their day's warmth all the way until the sunset, they knew the bodies would rise out of the lake. That's where the name of the lake came from, you know? Solston. Sun Rock. Ken looked back at the mine and shook his head. They stuffed the bodies with sand and dumped them in the caves. So what happened when they opened the mines? There were never any mines, Ken chuckled. It's always a dumping ground. So, we're talking about hundreds of years? More. The natives used it even further back. Hundreds of years. Thousands of dead. Not dead, sighed Ken. They're bodies, but they're not dead. What do you mean? They get up. It takes time, but they do. If we chop them, the parts get up. Wait. I looked back at the mine. I didn't understand. The numbers alone were staggering. There was no way there could be tens of thousands of bodies wandering around down there. Could it? How long do the mines stretch? I asked. Not long. Deep, said Ken. They're deep. Real deep. And 9 times out of 10, the bodies just wander off and disappear. Out of sight, out of mind. It's like they forget there's an outside world. They aren't out of sight anymore, Ken, I sighed. They're getting back up. They're at the ground level. I pointed at the entrance with my handgun. Maybe 20 feet in. No shit. None. Ken checked it out for himself. He didn't have to go far to see the reflecting eyes looking out at him. He recoiled. Seeing someone else get the same fear of God in their eyes as I'd had calmed me somehow. I wasn't crazy. Ken, on the other hand, was freaking out. He walked around in circles for a few minutes, grumbling and thumbing his phone. Suddenly, he stepped back to me. We gotta do something, he said. We gotta get rid of them. We can't have people standing guard here forever. What do you... Those fuckers are going to come out, Ken spat. When we turn our backs, we're fucked. All of us. Just look at what they did to the smallies. I nodded. I didn't know if he was right or not, but the thought of Henry accidentally stumbling over this place with his friends, finding themselves face to face with those things, no, I couldn't live with that. So what are we going to do? We're doing something, Ken said, and we need more people to do it. Ken called in the O'Donnells and the Nicky sisters. It took them less than half an hour to get a tractor up the trail. They were armed to the teeth. Marley O'Donnell was putting a trailer with 6 blue barrels along. It took me a few seconds to recognise them. It was the Smalley family gasoline reserve. I still couldn't believe they were gone. I kind of got lost among the chatter. Everyone was talking to everyone. People were checking the cave entrance, untying the barrels, unloading their weapons. I got a box of handgun ammunition from Leslie Nicky, the younger sister. They were talking about taking the main corridor and about dumping the barrels down the collapsed hallway in the back. I was getting anxious. Never played with fire. I was pulled along when the crew stepped up to the mine entrance. I couldn't see any bright eyes looking back at me, so maybe whatever was in there had retreated. I didn't see Robert either. I couldn't help but wonder if he moved, or if someone had moved him. Either way, I wasn't looking forward to seeing him again. 2 by 2, we walked in. We left the barrels outside. We had to clear out the main corridor first. I ended up next to Leyland O'Donnell, the patriarch of the family, an elderly gentleman with a soft spot for his kin. Friendly enough if you had a family of your own, but the man had no patience for anything more modern than a 56k dial-up modem. That went double for opinions. You know, why'd they end up in the lake, he whispered. Your dad ever tell you? No, they've just been there. The river Styx, he smiled. The many rivers of the world below. And there's a thing about rivers, you know. They all got to end up somewhere. Like a lake, I nodded, or an ocean. So every little river got to bring them somewhere. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud, reverberating bang. What surprised me most was that my body didn't even seem to react. It was as if I was already at peak stress. There was no way to go from there. And yet, my ears were screaming. I think there are little rivers all over the world, said Leyland, raising his voice, all the way from here to China. That leaves a lot of questions, I smiled, like, why can they jump so high? Am I going to end up in a lake someday, too? Clever, smiled Leyland, but you're forgetting. These people are already dead. They don't have the weight of the world weighing them down anymore. They can just drift off. That's surprisingly literal. Most laws of the old lands are literal, he smiled. They say there are things out there who can literally eat death. To them, we're nothing but wheat. And in there, those are the husks. Eat death? What are you... Another series of loud bangs, then silence. As we entered the first main hall, there were surprisingly few of them. Ken and the Nicky sisters had already dealt with the 6 stragglers. Ken called up ahead for us to start rolling in the barrels. It took me and Marley O'Donnell 3 turns each to push them all in. Every few minutes, there was another shot. It seemed we had plenty of time, but I couldn't help but feel like I had to watch my feet. I had the uneasy feeling that just beneath my soles, something was moving. Something deathless and cruel. The husks that Leyland O'Donnell talk about. When we'd finally rolled in all 6 barrels, the mine was still. Every step we took echoed unopposed. We were all alone, illuminating the moist walls and ripped trash bags with our flashlights. There's still gunpowder down there, said Leyland. A big enough fire, and we ought to close this place down for good. We started pouring out barrel after barrel of gasoline. We left the trail all the way out to the main entrance, cleared out and lit up. After a few minutes, we could hear the flames further in and smell the burning plastic. We all sat down in a half circle, just staring down the mine in silence. We waited for a couple of hours. The fire just kept going. At one point, we felt something shift. Leyland figured the fire had started breaking the supports on the lower levels. At one point, we could feel a small explosion. The tractor shifted, making an awkward metallic creak. Around lunchtime, the supports on the first level cracked. Within minutes, we could hear the corridors collapsing. It sounded so much like thunder that I imagined I'd heard it before. When the entrance finally collapsed, the smoke was as thick as oil. We all just stood there for a moment. Leslie Nicky was the first to say out loud what we were all thinking. Nothing is getting out of there. We decided we'd check on it later that night, just to make sure. However unlikely, we weren't going to half-arse this. If those things truly didn't die, we might just have been prolonging the inevitable, but I figured ashes would walk a whole lot slower than legs. The rest of my day was surprisingly normal. I took a shower, set the table, and fell asleep on the couch right next to Danielle, the usual everyday ballet. When something this unnatural and impossible happens, it's so much easier to compartmentalize. It all felt like a dream. Danielle didn't even ask me about Robert. All I had to tell her was that I dealt with it. It wasn't until I crawled into bed that night that my mind caught up with me. As I lay awake, staring into the ceiling, I could almost taste the burning plastic. I could imagine Robert's glowing eyes looking down at me. There was a careful knock at the door. Before I could answer, Henry walked in. "You okay?" I whispered. Daniel was out cold. Henry nodded. "There's smoke in the backyard," he whispered back. "I think there's a fire." I rolled out of bed, stepped into the hallway, and checked the back window. Our backyard isn't big. We don't use it for much else but the occasional barbecue. There was an old tire swing from when Henry was younger, but that was pretty much it. The rest of it, the yard was just storage and maybe someday space. But now, there was a thin pillar of smoke rising from the ground. A thought struck me. "Go wake Mom," I said. "Now!" Henry nodded. His eyes went wide and he ran. I rushed into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. As I feared, the water was black. It smelled of ashes. The caves. They were upstream from the groundwater. I put on a pair of pants and hurried out to my car. I still had the handgun stashed there. As I got it and checked my ammunition, I could hear gunshots further down the street. Pillars of smoke rising high above the rooftops, at least a dozen. "Dad," Henry called from the front door. "There's someone in the backyard." "Get your mom," I called back. "Get in the house and lock the doors. Stay away from the windows." I rounded the corner to the backyard, ran past the grill, and noticed the same reflecting eyes I'd been dreading all day. Henry was right. There was someone in the backyard. One of them was just standing there, next to a smoking hole in the ground. Before we moved in, there had been a well on the property, but it had been filled in over a decade ago. That hadn't stopped the man standing in my backyard, though. For a few seconds, we just looked at each other, his eyes reflecting the light from my kitchen. I could barely see any details about him. He was slightly taller than me and had a strangely shaped head, but that was pretty much all I could tell. As he stepped closer, I raised my handgun. "Just go back down," I said. "Just turn back." "Can't go back," he wheezed. Can't go." The ground was discolored with every step he took. Danielle's tulips had turned blue, and the grass had started to wilt. I took aim. "Can't," he repeated. "I can't." "Please," I pleaded. "Just please." With an effortless move, he leapt into the air. I'd seen it before. 6 feet, straight up, almost weightless. It looked so easy. Someone without the weight of the world, as Leyland had said. I could see it now. "Can't," the voice whispered as he came crashing down. I stepped aside as the body fell haplessly onto my grill, knocking it over and spilling charcoal over the cobblestone. I snapped out of my indecisiveness. The world came rushing back to me as I raised my handgun. Only now did I recognize the man on the ground. It was the same pot-bellied man I'd seen my dad pull out of the lake almost 20 years ago. The same pale skin, sunken eyes and thinning hair. To me, decades had passed, but this dead man was still the same. And now he was writhing on the ground, trying to regain his balance. He grunted with effort, his body stained with streaks of black. "Can't go," he wheezed, trying to get back up. "Can't." I shot him 6 times and ran. I didn't even stop to check if I got him. I just had to go. The next few minutes are a blur. Danielle and Henry had hidden in the closet. I'd gotten through the bathroom window, which they'd forgotten to lock. They were screaming. I screamed back. We had to get to the car. We had to go. We had to act. Danielle didn't understand. Henry was scared. My instincts forced me into a single-minded drive to protect my family and leave. I had nothing but pants on when we got in the car. It felt strange stepping on the gas with no shoes on. I almost ran someone over as we pulled out off the driveway, breaking the speed limit as we passed by our neighbours. Someone was shooting. Someone else was screaming. Glass was breaking. Danielle was yelling at Henry to put on his seatbelt. She kept repeating it, trying to force him to listen. It felt like such a mundane thing to do, like brushing your hair while your room was on fire. Still, Henry did. I did as well. Danielle was just about to, when we clipped the edge of a car backing out of a side road. Collision. For a split second, it was all quiet. The silence grew louder until it felt like a blanket over my mind. My hands were numb, but I reached for Henry. I touched his knee, trying to see if he was okay. Danielle lay unconscious, her right arm broken in several places. Somehow, the car was still running. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard Henry call out to me. I saw his point. There were people outside. Don't worry, I coughed. Just lock the doors. I stepped out in a daze, not even noticing I'd left my handgun behind. There were hundreds of them. They were marching up and down the streets, a mob on a midnight stroll. They were climbing through windows, ripping open car doors, dragging people out into the street. 7 of them had gathered around me. 2 kids, 1 elderly woman, and 4 adults. I couldn't focus on their faces. I was pretty sure I had a concussion. Still, I couldn't help but notice how they never blinked. The reflection in their eyes never ceased, like stars. No, I sighed. Just not like this. Not you. I don't even... One of them circled around me, stepping up on the hood of the car. It seemed particularly interested in Danielle. I snapped at it. "Get the fuck away," I screamed. Get away from her. I took a step too quickly and tripped over my own feet, falling shoulder first into the pavement. The world was spinning. The stars above seemed to move in strange patterns, aligning into constellations I'd never seen before. Then, Robert appeared. He might have been there all along, or just popped out of thin air. It was impossible to tell. I was completely out of it. I fumbled with my hand, my fingertips brushing against his cold cheek. He was real. He was there. "I know where to go," he said. "I'm the only one who remembers." Where will you?" "Thank you," he said, "for bringing me home." I killed you. I shot you." "Yes," he nodded. "You did." Someone ripped open the driver's side door. Henry was screaming. I'd never heard him scream like that before. I tried to protest. I fumbled with my arms, but I was powerless. I saw them pushing themselves into the car. I heard Henry struggle against the seatbelt. More glass breaking. Had I forgotten the child locks? I screamed. I screamed until my throat was hoarse. I felt cold hands holding me down, covering my mouth. Hand after hand after hand, covering my face, until the world went dark. It smelled like dirt, lake water, ashes. The last thing I remember from that night was the hands letting me go. I rolled onto my stomach. I saw them wander down the road in unison. Then, as effortlessly as ever, they ascended. Dead bodies lifted vertically into a night sky full of impossible constellations. Puppets pulled up to join the puppeteer, their unceasing eyes reflecting the stars. Robert and his dad side by side. The man got his glasses back. That night, the moon shone black. I can't explain it. It just did. The next morning, I didn't know what to do. The car was empty, entire seats had been ripped out and left in the middle of the street. Further down the road, I'd found the bodies of the Nicky sisters. They'd had a last stand by the supermarket. The O'Donnells were just gone. Same with Officer Ken. It took me hours to even get my head in the space to call for help. People drove up from Aurora Falls. I was bandaged, and I remember someone asking questions I couldn't answer. After that, it was just a circus. I have to write this down. I have to put these words to paper. Someone has to know that what they're saying just isn't true. I was given my life as a thanks, not as a result of some crazy happenstance. They said it was an accident. Some fracking caused a massive natural gas leak, 12 dead, 19 missing. Except people don't fucking shoot at gas leaks. It doesn't pull people out of their cars. And I swear, there were a lot more bodies than 12. The holes in the ground are still smoking to this day. You can see the wilting grass and the unnaturally blue flowers. Even in the newspapers. It's all there. I still see them sometimes. I can feel them. I look up at the sky, and I know that some of those stars are just eyes looking back down. One day, they'll come for us. And when that happens, there'll be no pretty words or cover-ups to change the fact that those cold hands will grasp us and bring us all down the river of the dead. One day, I'll wake on the shores of Solston Lake, having left all the weight of the world behind. And they'll be there. We'll laugh, carefree and weightless. You'll see. You'll all fucking see. I use the app Sleep Cycle every night to track my sleep. If you're familiar with the app, you know that it records every sound that occurs during sleep, like snoring and sleep talking. The app also automatically labels each sound and is pretty accurate each time. Recently, I've been giggling in my sleep, which is honestly kind of embarrassing, but also amusing. But Sleep Cycle always labels this as just sleep talking. This morning, I woke up to about 6 recordings, and most of them were of myself just breathing a little bit heavier. However, there was one recording that was just labelled talking, which I've never seen before. I listened to it and was immediately horrified. I could make out multiple voices in my room, and one of them was a male's voice. I'm 100% sure that no one has access to my apartment. I even have an app on my phone that connects to the electric lock on my door and alerts me whenever my door is locked or unlocked, whether automatically or manually. The last time my door lock was messed with was when I locked it at 7:20 last night. This recording was taken at 2:41 this morning. If anyone has any advice on what to do, please comment. Please help. I'm actually afraid to sleep in my apartment tonight. I come from a very religious family. My mother is especially religious, but comes from a childhood of turmoil and torment. I am also religious, but not in the same way she is. I think she often uses religion to try and let go of the past that she was forced to live. I also think she carries baggage and negative spirits with her that have set up camp in our household. I absolutely believe in the spirit world because I've experienced it many times. It was the middle of the school year, and I was around 13 years old. I was laying in my bed, texting people on my LG ENV3 before I fell asleep. I decided I'd put my phone down and try to get some rest before the next morning. At the time, I would leave my bedroom door open and turn my mother's bedroom light on. I've always been afraid of the dark, even now. My mother and 2 cats were the only other household members home at the time, and they were all downstairs watching TV. Shortly after I closed my eyes, I heard someone clap twice in my mother's bedroom and immediately froze in terror. Was someone other than my mother and 2 cats inside the house? I called my mother on her phone so as not to alert the intruder and told her that there was someone else in the house. She said, "Sweetie, no one is in the house besides us. The alarm is on and has been on for hours. I begged her to come check her room and alleviate my fears, and she finally agreed. She checked everywhere in her room, under the bed, in the closet, in the master bathroom, but she was correct. No one was in the house besides us. From that night forward, I slept with my door closed. Fast forward 1 year. I'm again alone in my bedroom, but this time with the door shut and my lights completely turned off. I had overcome my fear of the dark and decided that maybe the clapping I had heard from my mother's room a year ago was just a figment of my imagination. I had moved my twin-sized bed off of its frame and onto the floor under the large window at the rear of my room. It was again the middle of the school year, and I needed to get my rest for the next morning. As I was attempting to drift off, I heard the same two claps I had heard the year prior. This time, the claps were directly beside my head on the floor next to me. I didn't call for my mother, and I didn't move. I laid there completely frozen. I don't remember when I finally drifted off, or if I was even able to, but I haven't encountered those claps again in the past 9 years. I've always been attracted to ghost stories and things dealing with the paranormal. To be honest though, I've never really given them much stock and usually chalk it up to bad plumbing, sleep paralysis, and mind tricks, or some other quick explanation. I've liked the idea of going ghost hunting, if only to prove to myself there isn't anything to it. I'm currently staying in a hotel room for work. I've been in the same room since August and never had any weird feelings, unexplainable noises, or anything of the sort. This morning, I was awoken to the sound of squishy wet boots walking down the hall outside my room. Except, I came to realize the sound of the squishy stepping boots appeared to be walking on tile and stopped somewhere in the vicinity of my room. This confused the hell out of me, since the hall is carpet. The only tile is in my bathroom and kitchenette area by the door. At this point, I'm alarmed that someone is in my room, so I sit up to look towards the door and see if I spot anyone. This room sucks for sleeping in darkness because the 2-inch gap under the door lets in quite a bit of light, which reflects off the stainless steel fridge by the door. I'm looking and hoping not to see anyone. Then I spot a shadowy area by the fridge and counter. I think it's odd, but just my eyes are adjusting, so I focus on this area and almost instantly, a tall black figure facing the wall and leaning over the countertop by my fridge comes into view. For lack of a better word, this thing actually materialized before my eyes. I'm shocked. And by black, I mean Vanta black. I even noticed the light being reflected from the gap in the door off the fridge was blocked by this standing mass. I look to the bedside lamp, back to the figure, back to the lamp. Turn it on, and nothing but the most unsettling feeling I've ever felt. I jump and dash towards the bathroom to make sure someone wasn't in the room. And at this point, every hair on my body is standing on end. So I move back to bed, leaving the light on, of course. I try to calm down, since realizing the time and having to be up for work in a few hours. It's not really working, but I roll over facing away from the door. This part, I'm not sure if it was my nerves, overactive imagination or what, but I begin to feel something in the area of my hip and leg. Almost like an electrical pressure. Pressure being too strong a word, but that's all I can describe it as. Static-like, feather-like pressure. I sort of feel this feeling in my stomach and roll over, and then sit up. And I've been up since. I've never experienced anything like this before, and plan on asking the staff if they've have any ghost stories, or heard of anything like that happening there. I've always been attracted to ghost stories and things dealing with the paranormal. To be honest though, I've never really given them much stock and usually chalk it up to bad plumbing, sleep paralysis, and mind tricks, or some other quick explanation. I've liked the idea of going ghost hunting, if only to prove to myself there isn't anything to it. I'm currently staying in a hotel room for work. I've been in the same room since August and never had any weird feelings, unexplainable noises, or anything of the sort. This morning, I was awoken to the sound of squishy wet boots walking down the hall outside my room. Except, I came to realize the sound of the squishy stepping boots appeared to be walking on tile and stopped somewhere in the vicinity of my room. This confused the hell out of me, since the hall is carpet. The only tile is in my bathroom and kitchenette area by the door. At this point, I'm alarmed that someone is in my room, so I sit up to look towards the door and see if I spot anyone. This room sucks for sleeping in darkness because the 2-inch gap under the door lets in quite a bit of light, which reflects off the stainless steel fridge by the door. I'm looking and hoping not to see anyone. Then I spot a shadowy area by the fridge and counter. I think it's odd, but just my eyes are adjusting, so I focus on this area and almost instantly, a tall black figure facing the wall and leaning over the countertop by my fridge comes into view. For lack of a better word, this thing actually materialized before my eyes. I'm shocked. And by black, I mean Vanta black. I even noticed the light being reflected from the gap in the door off the fridge was blocked by this standing mass. I look to the bedside lamp, back to the figure, back to the lamp. Turn it on, and nothing but the most unsettling feeling I've ever felt. I jump and dash towards the bathroom to make sure someone wasn't in the room. And at this point, every hair on my body is standing on end. So I move back to bed, leaving the light on, of course. I try to calm down, since realizing the time and having to be up for work in a few hours. It's not really working, but I roll over facing away from the door. This part, I'm not sure if it was my nerves, overactive imagination or what, but I begin to feel something in the area of my hip and leg. Almost like an electrical pressure. Pressure being too strong a word, but that's all I can describe it as. Static-like, feather-like pressure. I sort of feel this feeling in my stomach and roll over, and then sit up. And I've been up since. I've never experienced anything like this before, and plan on asking the staff if they've have any ghost stories, or heard of anything like that happening there. Growing up, I wasn't told much about my family's past. Even now, I only know a small bit. However, over time, I learnt about the ghosts that follow my family. Now, I do not know much. I was just curious about whether anyone else had any similar experiences or knew anything. Before I was born, I had a stillborn sister who we called Benny as a nickname. Benny was originally thought to be a boy by doctors and medical professionals. That's why she's called Benny. The first experience that I ever had was at my grandparents' house, which is a place I still live on weekends. When I was exactly 1 month old, I was taking a nap and my mother heard someone singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the baby monitor that was in my room. But when investigated, nobody was there. I have a memory from when I was a child that while I was laying in my bed at night, I was woken up by a man walking in the hallway. A tall shadow figure. But that was the only memory I have from anything to do with a humanoid. When I was a little older, I was at my grandmother's house and everyone else was out of the house at the time at a shop, so I was left alone to play. It was my first time being left alone at home, so I was pretty proud of myself. I was playing with toys on the floor and I saw a cat walking around in the room I was in. This incident occurred just a couple of weeks after her cat died, a cat which I was extremely close to growing up. When I told my mother and grandmother, they told me I was simply imagining things and making it up. I was also told that as a child, there was a ghost which I described as a Mario ghost. No idea what that means. As I got older, I was told a few more things. That there was a ghost in the house that had been following my mother for years since she was little. The ghost wore all denim and a denim hat. It had been spotted walking around the house they used to live in. In that house, things would be knocked off shelves, but nothing aggressive or intended to hurt someone. The denim man was also spotted by my mother's friends at a bar, but I know only a small bit about that. As well as that, things go missing, and all you have to do is ask for them back and you'll find them a while later. It sounds stupid, I know, but it's crazy. All you do is say, "Can I have it back?" and it returns to somewhere you've checked. So if anyone knows why this is happening or anything like that, it'd be interesting to know. Or if someone knows if I can make interact with me at all, please tell me.